CSIR NPL's certification program for low volume PM 2.5 sampler and ambient ozone analyzer of Indian manufacturers. Today, we will discuss about the certification scheme as well as the technical parameters on which certification process will be undertaken. To grace this meeting with the presence, we have with us our Director, Professor Venugopal Ajanta, Dr. Prashant Gargava, Member Secretary, Central Pollution Control Board, Dr. Preeti Singh, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and Dr. Shamendra Sharma, Chief Scientist, CSIR NPL. On behalf of the organizing committee of this meeting, I heartily welcome all our esteemed speakers present here or online. I request Director NPL, Dr. C. Sharma, Dr. T.K. Mandal, Dr. Shankar Agarwal, and Dr. Radhakrishnan to kindly come on stage and take their seats. Please, sir. To comments, I request our revered Director, Professor Venugopal Ajanta, for the welcome and presidential address. Please, sir.
Dr. Prashant Gargava, Dr. Preeti Singh, Dr. C. Sharma, all the my colleagues and invited speakers in this stakeholder meeting who are on the dais as well as in the auditorium physically and online mode. So welcome you all to this stakeholder meeting. Just to give a brief introduction to these activities. So CSIR NPL was founded in 1947 on 4th of January, and we have completed 75 years from the foundation of from the foundation day. So we thought this is a good time to pull up our socks and see like what we have done and what we should be doing in the next, say, 25 years. This is also Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav year for the country as an independent country. So we need to contribute. We have stiff targets, very achievable but challenging targets set by our government for the economy and for being self-reliant in as many ways as possible. As the National Metrology Institute of India, NPL plays a major role in setting up and disseminating the standards as well as helping improve the quality infrastructure within the country. So as a responsible NMI, we contribute directly and indirectly to improve the industry, to improve the MSMEs, to improve the quality infrastructure within the country. We set up and maintain the primary standards within the country. We are striving hard to be one of the best NMIs in the world, so that this directly translates into our industrial growth or the growth of our economy within the country. So when we were discussing, so we have three areas where we should be contributing. So NPL is known as the National Physical Laboratory. So the physics laboratory within the CSIR system. So we do basic research, we do industrial research, address challenging industrial problems to solve the specific problems which the industry poses to us. And we also help improve the quality infrastructure within the country by involving actively with NABL, NABH, and other QCI QCI members or the ingredients of QCI, right? So we have this 3-day event where the first day we dedicated it to the metrology. So where we involved ourselves with the major NMIs across the world to update ourselves, update our community about what are the current achievements or current facilities which are available with the best NMIs in the world, and where we should pull ourselves to. What are the things which we should be setting up? In the second day, we had a meeting with MSMEs, with banks and other people also involved. So where we heard to them what are from their point of view. For example, we have the MSME development institutes, MSME testing centers. So we called all these stakeholders and then we listened to them. What are the areas where there are gaps, where we can bridge the gaps, where NPL can actively help in overcoming these challenges so that the country develops faster. The third day, NPL is known for 3 major areas: material science, metrology, and environmental sciences. So we have significant contributions in the last 75 years. One of our major ongoing projects is with CPCB and MOEF. So we thought this is a good opportunity for us where we can have a stakeholder meeting related to environmental sciences. So today we have this stakeholder meeting so that we can update you what we have achieved so far in the project, where we should go in the near future. We can set our targets very clearly, and then so that we can deliver the project within the time limit set. Right. So I wish and hope we'll have a very fruitful interaction where we can listen to each other and set very practical and realizable targets for ourselves. Right. So I welcome you all and look forward to an engaging day ahead. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words truly inspire us to bolster through all obstacles. Progressing forward, I invite Dr. Preeti Singh, Scientist, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, to shed some pearls of wisdom. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning, Professor Achanta, sir, Professor Gargawa, sir, Dr. Gargawa, and Dr. Vicky Shukla, Dr. Shivendra Sharma, sir. Very good morning. Thank you very much for inviting us. I'm Scientist D in the Ministry, MOFCC, and today I'll be representing the Ministry. So Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is the nodal ministry in the central government for overseeing the implementation of policies of India's environment and forest and the programs related to protection of environment, including abatement and prevention of pollution. As we all know that air pollution has emerged as a serious environmental concern, not only in India, but also globally. And this is due to because of increased urbanization, industrialization. In the ministry, we have various schemes to address the problem of air pollution. We have control of pollution scheme under which we have different components. National Air Quality Monitoring Program, National Water Quality Monitoring Program. We have R&D activities. We have National Clean Air Program, and we also support the State Pollution Control Board so that the problem of air pollution is addressed. National Air, one of the major program of the ministry is National Clean Air Program. In this program, the ministry is targeting to reduce the air pollution in non-attainment cities by 20 to 30% by 2024. So you see the program, the basis of the program. Now you see what are non-attainment cities. Non-attainment cities are identified by CPCB, and these cities are cities which do not meet the prescribed national ambient air quality standards consecutively for 5 years. So you see the basis of designing of the program is the science and guided by the measurements. So in this, under this program, we understand the importance of measurement, and in under this program we have designated CSIR NPL as a verifying agencies, national verifying agency for certifying the instrument for monitoring the air and emission. Under this program, also we are funding the R&D activities. For example, we have funded the project in IIT Kanpur for near real-time monitoring of PM 2.5. This program is also supports the strengthening of monitoring network. The non-attainment cities are being funded by ministries for implementation of their Clean Air Action Plan. Clean Air Action Plan is it's specific to cities, and the measures are there to address the problem which is specific to city. Also includes the strengthening of monitoring network. So monitoring of air quality data is very important, and the important is also the reliable data, the standard data, the calibrated data, and that is why the CSIR NPL comes into the picture, acknowledging the importance of this reliable and calibrated data. The ministry is funding the project to CSIR NPL for establishing the testing and calibration facility for online emission monitoring systems and continuous ambient air quality systems. CSIR NPL has different milestones in this project, and some of them are already achieved and some are in the process. We all know that this is the very important project, very important for ministry, because this not only strengthen our monitoring network, but also it promotes the indigenous technology and promotes the local industry. So with this, I would like to end here, and I really thank CSIR NPL for inviting us to this launch of the program and the stakeholder meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Both participants, either offline or online mode, if they have any questions, they can.
Thank you, ma'am, for an enlightening remarks which provide to motivate us. To continue, I request Dr. Prashant Gargava, Member Secretary, Central Pollution Control Board, to share his wise words with us.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Venugopal Achanta, Dr. Sharma, Dr. Preeti Singh, Dr. Shankar Agrawal, my colleagues, Mr. V.K. Shukla, Mr. Pathak, and all the distinguished participants. Very good morning to all of you. At the outset, let me congratulate NPL director and the entire team for the glorious service to the nation for the past 75 years. So I wish all the very best on your 75th anniversary, and then continued service to the nation in the years to come. It's very heartening to see that, finally the certification scheme to begin with for two parameters, PM 2.5 or ozone, or have been launched today. On 8th of December, when we had meeting of National Certification Board, Professor Vedangopal and I discussed that when NPL celebrates its 75th anniversary during 4 to 6 January, we'll see that these two measurement schemes are launched, and I'm extremely happy that NPL has been able to put a lot of efforts and then initiate this today. We all know that air quality in the last few years, it has remained a challenge for years, but in the last few years, it has got momentum in terms of getting attention at various levels, whether it is policy level, in the government level, or public at large. With launching of Air Quality Index in 2015, we were able to reach out to the people with real-time information about air pollution levels in very easy to understand terms. And that created not only awareness, but also demand from the people for cleaner air. That galvanized the entire efforts. We got momentum, put in all of our efforts together, which, as Dr. Preeti Singh mentioned, also came out in the form of National Clean Air Program. Now, with the growing challenges, the demand for better air quality data, wider expansion of network is, of course, the first step. Dr. Preeti talked about 132 non-resident cities. Probably there could be many more, but for the limited monitoring that we have been able to do. Close to 400 towns and cities are monitored today. Large number of towns are still not covered. We still have to go a long way in putting up monitoring systems in the rural areas because they will have their different challenges. The limited point that I'm trying to convey is that we need to expand our database, need to expand our network to get more and more information on air pollution levels to guide our policy interventions or localized actions. We have been at CPCB looking at various alternative tools, be it satellite measurements, be it low-cost sensor-based monitors, which again, will have their own challenges and the application domain. But then we have been trying to look at different ways and means to get more and more reliable data on air quality. But the direct measurement will be the heart with Atmanirbhar initiative, and then our ability to expand the network in much quicker time frame and much lesser cost. It was felt necessary that we should try and promote indigenous development and manufacture of measuring equipment. NPL and CPCB, we have put in a lot of efforts in the last few years, and this has been rolled out. In years to come, more and more parameters, more and more measuring instruments would come in place. And once we have our own certified instruments, it will be easier for us to measure at different towns and cities, expand the network. In future, I also see the possibility of, going to neighboring countries with our certified good quality instruments. So it has very large potential. It looks like, simple thing that we have initiated for certification of instrument, but it will have large implications. Second thing, you must have seen that, and in fact, personally, I believe in the future, the enforcement will have to be more and more on self-regulation, rather than enforcing by the pollution control boards. We'll have to cultivate that culture of self-regulation. In that direction, online emission monitoring, the effluent and emission and effluent monitoring online systems for the industries. For few sectors, we have been able to do it, but I see a large potential wherein real-time monitoring of industrial effluent and emissions will take place, not only for self-regulation, but also to support enforcement by pollution control boards and other enforcing agencies. We also will have to, in the future, develop certificate system for these instruments. So I see large potential, not only in terms of our ability to measure and then take further steps for improving air quality, but also economic growth in terms of supporting industries to manufacture good quality certified instruments to cater to the country's need and also expand globally for overall economic development. So I'm extremely happy today, and my compliments to the entire NPL and CPCB team. Will continue to work together. The stakeholders who are participating today, I understand there will be presentation detailing out the entire scheme, and then NPL certainly will look forward to useful suggestions, as Director also mentioned, for something which is practicable to implement. So please provide your views, keeping in mind that we need to have a good system for producing quality instruments and quality data to guide our policy interventions and action planning. So all the very best to all of you. I look forward to the conclusion at the end. My colleagues will certainly brief me, and then in the years to come, this needs to be expanded. And I'm sure that NPL is extremely capable. One of the prestigious institutes that we have will be able to deliver to the needs of the country. All the very best. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
I, on behalf of the attendees here, extend my thanks to you, sir, for your valuable expertise on the subject. Moving forward, I now request Dr. Shimendra Sharma to brief us about the status of CSIR NPL certification scheme and the way forward. Please, sir.
So good morning, everyone. Those who are here physically and also those who are with us online today. Because of the COVID situation, we could not have in-person meeting, but we'll look for the opportunity in future to have a physical interactive meeting here. But in the panel session today, we'll have interactions. So all of you who are with us today will get an opportunity to share your views and thoughts. So let me begin first by thanking Dr. Gargwa Saab, Chairman, the Member Secretary CPCB, for sparing his very valuable time to be with us this morning. Also, I thank the Dr. Shukla and Dr. Pathak, who are also with us today, and of course our Director, Professor Gopal, who has been encouraging us and to expedite the process so we can achieve things which have been actually lagging behind because of several procedural issues. So he is actually facilitating all the mechanisms here so that the NPL can move forward in this direction, and the project which Dr. Preeti mentioned in the morning will actually provide a fruitful results in very near future. And I also thank Dr. Preeti, who has joined this morning Since JS could not join us because of his other engagements, so Dr. Preeti actually made herself available to us this morning. Thank you very much, Dr. Preeti. So let me start apprising about this certification scheme. I think if you remember, we launched this scheme last year during our last Foundation Day on 4th January 2021. And we named this scheme as CSIR NPL India Certification Scheme. In short, we call it NPL ICS. So today I'm going to tell you a status and about the future plans also. As you have been informed this morning that our Honorable Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh, has already launched the certification process for low volume PM 2.5 analyzers and ambient ozone analyzers through this scheme on that was announced on 4th of January. And so today what we thought that we'll take this opportunity to share the scheme plans and the parameters which would be used for doing the certification process as per the international standards, but keeping in mind the limitations which we have. So we have devised a method for actually identifying the minimum acceptability criteria through which we can actually provide certifications. And this is a continuously evolving situation. So as we grow with our strength of analysis and testing and calibration here in NPL, this scheme will be further strengthened. No? And also we'll seek your views and we'll look into the issues which may come, because this is the beginning. So I think it will be interactive mode would be better. So we will actually have a very robust scheme which is useful to everyone and which would also ensure the quality of the data, which is very much required by the country. So it all begins. Of course, NPL and CPCB had been in discussions for last many years to develop this facility in the country to have capability for certification of air monitoring equipments. It all started several years back. We had a continuous interactions, but somewhere in 2018 there was this intense interaction with the CPCB, and because of the handholding by the CPCB, we developed a project which was submitted to the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and they were kind enough to actually grant this fund to actually establish required facilities in National Physical Laboratory. And the ministry also issued this gadget notification through which CSIR NPL has been designated as the National Verification Agency for Certification of Air Pollution Monitoring Equipments. So it was issued in 2019, and so the legislative or legal framework is also provided to us, and also we are working on the technical aspects of this project now. And this is the scheme. This is an NPL India certification scheme. Now this scheme is now available on NPL website. You may check this scheme. It is available on www.nplindia.org. All of you are most welcome to read it and let us know your views on it also. But I'll actually show you some of the salient features of this scheme now. So this scheme actually intends to provide the certification for all kinds of air pollution monitoring equipment. You know, as Dr. Gargo has mentioned, we have the regular analyzers. We do have increased use of the sensor-based monitoring systems, etc. So in due course of time, we intend to use this scheme to provide certification for all kinds of the equipment which are being used in the country, or which would be used in future, because the technology is changing, new technologies are coming. So as of now, we are first targeting the online continuous emission monitoring systems and also the continuous ambient air quality monitoring systems. And we also developed a facility for PM 2.5 sampler certification here. So eventually this scheme would be the tool to provide the certification requirement to the country. Now, let me tell you about a little bit of the administrative structure of this scheme. This scheme has a apex body, which we call the NPL India Certification Body, NICB, about which Dr. Gargav has mentioned this morning. The last meeting of this body had been held in December. And that day it was decided that we should launch these things today on 4th of January, actually. And we are trying to follow the timeline given to us very closely. So this is the apex body, which is the National NPL India Certification Body, and it will actually oversee the certification process for PM10, PM2.5 samplers, the continuous emission monitoring systems, and the continuous ambient air quality monitoring systems. Now, this scheme has several components. For example, it has a component related to the laboratory testing and calibration facility. We will also undertake the field testing and calibration facility, implementation of the quality management system, implementation of quality control system, also the establishment of traceability chain, which is very crucial for quality measurements. And also we have the mechanism for implementation of preventive measures for illegal use of certificates. So this is also a major issue. Broadly, actually, this falls as in line with the international standard ISO 17065. So, as I mentioned, we have the apex body, which is NPL India Certification Body, NICB. It has 3 permanent members. Our director of National Physical Laboratory, the member secretary of the Central Pollution Control Board, Dr. Gargav is a member, and also the director of the CSR, National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, NERI. So these 3 persons are actually the members of this body. So this is the apex body, which will have the ultimate authority for certification process. Now, this scheme is actually served by a member secretary, which is actually the head of our Center for Testing and Calibration, CFCT. So, right now, Dr. Monica is here. She is the CFCT head. So, she will act as a member secretary for this body. Now, all the clients actually will submit their application through online mode through the CPC through our CFCT portal. The application will come to the member secretary, and then it will flow to the different directions. Broadly, we have 2 major sets of subcommittees. One is the audit committee, which will be supervised by the quality manager of the National Physical Laboratory. So they will have an independent say on it. They will do the test and inspections, both pre and post certification. And the reports of these inspections and also the application will come to the certification committee. Now, certification committee is a technical committee having 6 to 7 members, in which 3 are the permanent members, once again from NPL, NERI, and CPCB. Then we also have domain experts in this certification committee. So the domain experts for specific equipment. For example, we have certification committee now for low volume PM 2.5 sampler. And also we do have a certification committee now for ambient ozone analyzers. I'll show you the names of those committee members. Then the certification committee will actually assign the test program, and then everything will move to the testing and calibration facility, which will be the hub of the testing of the equipments. We have the plan to do both laboratory tests and also the field tests. Because one of the major concerns in India is the performance of the equipment under different climatic conditions. Now, we have a diverse climatic condition in the country. So, under this scheme, we have the performance evaluation of the equipment under the 3 diverse climatic zones. For example, we have facility at Delhi. We also have a facility at Kuala Lumpur, which actually represents the Himalayan ecosystem. So we may have a little bit of that kind of ecosystem there. And also a coastal, so for which the Goa have been identified. So we'll be doing this, the performance evaluation in these 3 climatic zones also. So we have a robust data before a certification is provided, so to ensure the quality of the data. Because once the equipments are installed, India has an issue. We have limited resources. So actually, the major issue is even when we deployed the instrument, we should have the right choices. It's very difficult. For example, there is a mandatory check of there's a recommendation for periodic calibration, other thing, and most of the time in practical reason, people are not even doing that one. So we are trying to do as much as robust certification process, which will ensure the quality of data in the country. So once again, once the data is, the equipment is tested by the testing facility, the report will be submitted to the certification committee. The certification committee will evaluate the testing report, the technical report, also the audit report, and then it will send back its recommendation to NICB. And once the NICB approves the recommendation, the certification will be issued through our CFCT. So this is basically the structure of this scheme. So we have, we are trying to implement the management plan also. We have already a management plan for ISO 17025. And we are using that plan, and it will be a subset to that our already available or existing management plan. So the top, we have the management committee headed by our director, which actually looks after the this quality management system. And so once the equipment comes to industry and the clients, from the clients, it will, as I told you, that it will move to CFCT, and from CFCT it will move to testing facility, and then the test report will come back to the certification committee, and through certification committee will go to the board, and after board's approval, the certification will be granted by CFCT. So this is the management plan as of now. We do have quality management system also in place with us. We'll have the quality manuals with us. So this as per this international standards. So that is what we are following for ISO 17025. We'll be following it for ISO 17065 also. So because this is certification scheme will actually be in line with the requirement of 17065. So we do have all the provisions for sample handling or instruments handling, and also the document control and all kinds of other checks and balances for the system, and also the sample disposal policy. So everything will be there. It will be there online in our website. So this scheme intends to actually cover Qual 1, Qual 2, and also the AST requirements of the certifications. As of now, in this phase, we are trying to do certification for Qual 1 level, but in due course of time, we'll move to also the Qual 2 and also the annual surveillance test issues also. And of course, we'll be having a hand-holding with the CPCB and their other authorized or accredited systems to get this help, because this is, for example, field test or the surveillance test is a big issue. We require a lot of manpower in the agencies. So I think CPCB will be actually devising a way. They will actually identify the agencies which can help in this, and NPL will provide the technical guidance to those agencies. So in this scheme, we are following the standards. Basically, as of now, we have, because right now no Indian standards is available in this context. So we'll be following the European standards, basically in standards here. Since we are actually also working with very closely with BIS, many of us are actually involved in BIS committees and also the international ISO committees also. So ISO is actually in touch with the European standard systems, though, because ISO right now doesn't adopt, they don't have mechanisms to have a co-adoption of each other's standards. But I think at the ISO and the European standard level, there's a discussions going on right now, especially in the field of atmospheric measurements. And once probably this year or maybe next year, probably there will be issue. So once the ISO takes up these standards as ISO standards, because BIS follows the ISO standards, so then BIS will also adopt, and we'll also have Indian standards, and also the BIS is working in for some of the issues, to develop our own Indian standards also, and many of national experts are partner in those committees who are actually devising those standards. So here, a whole lot of standards are listed here, but these are not the total. There are many international standards which we have to actually incorporate in our scheme, and we will be following them. So the idea is that we should do as much as per the international standards as possible, and eventually, in total, we should be able to actually follow the international standards. Now, this is the summary of this scheme. Basically, the scheme has 4 stages. Now, if we start from the left side, now we have the certification process starting, where the online registration will be there by the client. Then this registration will go to the application pack will be received by our CFCT. The CFCT will send it to the certification committee, and also the audit chairman, who will arrange for inspection. Also identify the samples or the instruments from the batches which would be actually undertaken for testing, and then those instruments will be received at NPL, and then in the meantime certification committee will work to develop the test programs, and that test programs and the instrument will be given to our testing facility. They will follow the test program. It's recommended by the certification committee, and then do the necessary things, and then report back after the testing is completed. And then certification committee will take a look into it and also look at the audit reports. Also, will make a final recommendation and submit its recommendation to the apex body, that's the NICB, and NICB takes the final decision on the application, and the same thing will be communicated then through our CFCT to the client. So this is basically a entire process of the certification process. The details are available in our the booklet, which is now there on the NPL website. All of you can look at it. As I mentioned, now we have already launched the certification process for PM 2.5, low volume PM 2.5 analyzer, and also the ambient ozone analyzer. So we have constituted the certification committee, which has actually identified the minimum acceptability criteria, and we are very thankful to our external members of the certification committee. And as I mentioned, we have the permanent members from Central Pollution Control Board and also the National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, from Dr. V.K. Shukla Saab and Dr. Abhijit Pathak ji from Central Pollution Control Board. Dr. K.V. George from CSR NEERI is also the permanent member of this certification committee. And Dr. Shankar Agrawal is the member, and he will be in charge of this aerosol sampler test facility. We do have Dr. D.K. Bansal from CSI or CSIO. He is the instrumentation person. Also, we have Dr. Prashant Hegde from SPL VSSC ISRO. He is also a domain expert and member. We also have a expert from industry, Mr. Dr. Mahesh Samant. He is right now with the Metrology. He is also an expert. And also our colleague, Dr. Rupesh Das, will be there. So this is the committee which has actually identified the minimum acceptability criteria for low volume PM 2.5 sampler of the Indian manufacturers. Right now, we are actually targeting only the instruments being developed by the Indian manufacturers as of now, because the certification which is carried by the instruments of the other manufacturers which are coming from abroad, they are already certified probably by different schemes like MSERS, EPA, TUV, etc. As of now, they are acceptable, but then once we have the full facility available and if the regulatory agencies feel that there will be a requirement of periodic verification, then this scheme can also be used for that periodic verification of the instrument which comes with the certification, because recertification, which is the certification has a lifetime. So once this lifetime is over, the instrument need to be done for recertification. It's very expensive. The instrument need to send back to the country, different country. So once this facility is now available, it can be done here. It will be extremely cost effective probably. Similarly, we have the certification committee for ambient ozone analyzer now. Once again, we have the permanent members from CPCB and NERI. And in this case, we have the domain expert, is Dr. Sunil Kumar Peshan. He is a retired Deputy Director General of the India Metrology Department, as a veteran in the ozone management. We have Professor Dalip Singh Mehta from IIT Delhi. He is a person of electrical and instrumentation background. We do have our colleague from NPL, Dr. P.K. Dubey in this committee. And Dr. Rupesh Das is there. Dr. Radhakrishnan would be the in charge of this testing facility for ambient ozone layer. So this is the committee for ambient ozone layer. So current status is now, as I apprised to you, we have already launched the certification process for India-made low volume PM 2.5 samplers and also the ambient ozone analyzer, which was launched by our Honorable Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, on 4th of January of 2022. And this will be available now. The details are being populated now on the NPL website, which is again a recast website. So things would be available in very near future now, everything. And now once we actually have moved to this milestone, we are now moving more forward now. And the major task is to develop testing, calibration, and certification facility for online continuous emission monitoring systems and continuous ambient air quality monitoring systems. So that is the target. We hope to accomplish that by end of this year or early next year. That's our plan. Hopefully with the cooperation of all of the team members and the facilitation from our director and the cooperation from CPCB and the ministry, we'll be able to actually accomplish that task as well. So I will stop here now, and because now my colleagues, Dr. Shankar Agrawal and Dr. Radhakrishnan, will apprise you about specifically about those two equipments for which we have actually launched the certification process. After that presentation, we'll have the presentation, the address by Dr. Shukla Saab and Patak ji, and we can open then this forum for discussions, and all the online partners for today's meeting, they may actually raise their observations, questions. We'll have an interactive session, which we have designated as a panel discussion. So we'll see, that will help us in developing our roadmap, as our director said, in a timely, which can be accomplished in a very timely manner. Thank you very much for your attention. Now we can move to the next one, Shankar.
Thank you so much, sir, for enriching us about the NPL India certification scheme status and its future plans. Your insights are much appreciated. I now invite Dr. Shankar Agarwal, Principal Scientist, CSIR NPL, to apprise about the certification of low-volume PM 2.5 sampler.
Morning. Our Director, Professor Venugopal, CPCB, Member Secretary, Dr. Garwa, Ministry, Dr. PTG, and Dr. Radhakrishnan, my colleague, Dr. T.K. Mandal, my colleague, the audience of participants present here and also offline and online mode, my colleague from CPCB, Shukla Saab, Pathak Saab, and also our senior Sen Gupta sir. So good morning. So today it's my pleasure that we have here, with CPCB and NPL, our stakeholders, the manufacturers, for which we have worked, since especially for PM 2.5 low volume certification, when Dr. Prashant Gargava, initiated in 2017. I remember in CPCB we had one stakeholder meeting. So after that, probably this one, but in this period, during the 4 or 5 years, we made a lot of progress. So what progress we have at NPL, what the facility we have, and on which parameter we are going to start the certification, that I'm going to tell you in detail. So yes, low volume PM 2.5 testing and calibration, and the certification current status and future plan. If you look at the current status of NPL, so we have if you look at the certification parameter, minimum acceptability criteria. So we have a few parameters on which we are going to start the certification. And in that, first I would like to tell you about the structure of low volume PM 2.5 sampler. It's very simple structure, all because you are from the manufacturing side. Just to repeat it, we have an inlet head, and it's very, very important because it has the aspiration efficiency or collection efficiency impact, or whatever you are collecting here, right? So for example, if you have PM 2.5 particles, say 100 particles in ambient air, this head should capable enough to catch all these 100 particles. So that's why it's very important. So designing of this is also one of the criteria which should be meeting to the your instrument. So it's very important. And then we have here the coarse particle separator down tube, and then of course we have a particle segregator like PM 2.5 or whatever PM 10 you want to collect, and then we have a filter here, filter holder, and then we have a air pump through which we suck the air, and then it's low volume, so we have a recommended flow 16.67 liter per minute. So we need to measure it. So we have a flow meter here, and then all things we need to control by this controller. So it in short, but if you look at the designing part, it has a many issues like when we have a particle deposition on the filter, you have to control the flow because of the pressure drop. So you have to have some arrangement in that. And also, when we have a high humidity or, high viscosity of air, then again, the flow meter has to work nicely. So you can maintain the flow rate within 5% of uncertainty as recommended by US EPA. So this design, basically this whole design is recommended by US EPA. So we follow in our standard also in India. And this is low volume PM 2.5 sampler. So here I would like to tell you one thing, which is very, very important, that we don't have the direct traceability of PM 2.5 measurements, right? So we have many, this parameter on which we need a traceability. Like we don't have the, as I said, that we don't have the direct traceability of PM 2.5 measurements, but we have many components on which we have a traceability. NPL can provide the traceability for flow, temperature, pressure and humidity, time and volume. So if you collect all this parameter and you have the all sensors or instrument calibrated with SI traceability, then we can say that, yeah, whatever we are measuring, it's traceable to SI unit. So that's why calibration and testing is very important. And also because, as I said, there is no SI traceability of PM 2.5 directly, right? So that's why it is recommended in all standards, in US EPA standards and also European Union standard, that we need to test this sampler in many places. So that's why we can see how much variation we have, because we don't have the direct traceability, right? So we need to test it in many environment. So in this certification process, yes, we decided in 2017 when Gargaswa made the meeting that we will test this sampler in 3 places in India. So in different weather condition, climate conditions. So that's we know that how much the range we have for this particular instrument or sampler. So that we will do, but not in the first phase. So in the first phase, yes, we do this calibrations. This is the the major parameters, and then the inspection of designing of the mechanical component, that we also do. And for that, we have as Dr. Sharma said, that we have an application form. So manufacturers has to mention that what kind of material they use and the stability of a sampler on a stand, what kind of standard or mechanism they have, what's the length of it, everything they have to mention. Then also they have to mention the shape and size of the inlet, because as I said, the inlet, it's very, very important, this inlet. So because all things depends on this. So we have to mention that what kind of shape designing of the sampler we have in our instrument. So manufacturer has to mention it, surface finish and aperture dimension. Aperture means the inlet where we suck the air, so that we have to mention. And it is also checked by the criteria L3 of Appendix L of CFR. This is CFR 50 US EPA standards. Then designing of coarse particle separator, if any we use, like I said, that we have to have coarse particle separator before PM 2.5, so we can get a longer duration sampling. If you don't have this, then the impactor or cyclone may be choked, and so it's important that we should have a separator. So what kind of separator we are using, that we have to mention. And then also internal diameter of the down tube, that we need to mention, and internal finish of winch impactor nozzle or cyclone, whatever we use, that we have to mention. Then bore size of winch impactor nozzles is important. And yeah, it has the designing part, and it's already, in winch, they have mentioned that what kind of nozzle diameter we need, what kind of, how much the nozzle to impactor plate distance, everything is in the standard. So, but, as per the measurement by the manufacturer, they have to mention it. And then also designing of the filter casket holder. And if they use the sensors at the filter or for the ambient, because they need it for ambient, they need for the flow calibration, flow calculation, and then filter, they need to know the filter temperature, if there is any, the evaporation loss or condensation. So it's an important factor, but many samplers may not have, or they may have, so they have to mention it. So these are all parameters, the inspection designing of the mechanical component, we have to mention it. And for this, yes, CPCB and NPL made this document. Everything is given in that. It's a technical, and then we have technical brochure, technical guideline brochure. So we have mentioned all these things. So please look at, and then you can, fill the form when it is available in our website. Our new website we will launch very soon, so you can see this form and then you can fill it. Then we have a basic aerodynamic design testing. Key point. This is also we are doing in the phase 1. So, and this is very, very important to know the sampler performance, especially D50 cutoff size of impactor or cyclone. And it's not very easy to make it because it needs a wind tunnel facility. So as in 2017, during the Dr. Gargava's meeting, we have decided to do this. So NPL, developed this and launch this in 16th August 2018 by our Honorable Minister. So this facility is already available for the manufacturers if they want to test their impactor or cyclone. So D50 cutoff, I will tell you about this a little bit. Then sharpness of the penetration efficiency curve. This is also important, and it changes with the climatic condition. So that's why we need to have, as I said, that there is no direct traceability. So we need to test our sampler in a different climatic zone, which can cover our whole range. In our nation, we have a different climatic zone or weather conditions. So it should cover all the range. So it's important. And then also transfer or intake efficiency of sampler. So it's depend on the inlet design. As I said, that if you have 100 particle outside of the in ambient, so the sampler head or sampler inlet head should capable enough to catch all these 100 particles. At least 97% efficiency should be recommended by US EPA. So that we should have. So it's all important parameters. So we will test. Here, I would like to tell you about this, the winds impactor design a little bit. So we have a air inlet here, and then we have a nozzle, and then we have an impactor plate here, and then the bigger particle deposit on this plate, and then finer particle like PM2.5 can go by this way and deposit on the filter. Because of the inertia, bigger particles stay here. This is the impaction principle, very simple impaction principle. Here you can see the particles coming and the bigger particles stay on the plate and the finer particle following the airstream and then deposit on the filter, right? So all these parameters are important. The nozzle diameter, distance, then flow. If flow changes, then again change. And also you have to have the viscosity of air. When we design this impactor, viscosity plays a very important role, and in different climatic condition, the viscosity will change. So, yeah, maybe one impactor has some range here, but in other place may not be. So it's important to get all the range in our country so that we know that in this range we can collect the samples. This is the reference impactor that we have designed by the US. It is designed according to US EPA guideline, but in NPL. So we have a several copy of this, so that we will use as a reference for your, sampler field sampling or field evaluation or performance check, and also in the wind tunnel calibration. So here, I would like to tell you about this D50 cut size. It's important. As I said, that it's impactor, right? It's depend on the particle inertia, how much the inertia they have. Accordingly, you can collect the particle size. You can segregate the particle size. So it's not sieve. Sieve means if you have a sieve, you can collect 2.5, the equivalent lesser than 2.5 micron particle you can collect. But it's not the sieve, it's inertia. So if I, make a graph or plot between aerodynamic diameter and penetration efficiency, and then you can see if it is sieve, then I should get this much of particle, PM less than or equal to PM2.5 particle on the filter here, right? But it's not sieve. So what will happen? I will get this kind of curve, right? If I get this kind of curve, that means I'm losing this much of particles, but on the other hand, I'm collecting this much of particle, which I suppose not to get it, right? So, but it's, their portion or their part or their ratio is very, very small. So in that way, it is also important to get the sharpness of the penetration curve efficiency. It should not like that, right? It should be like that. Sharp cut. I should have a sharp curve. And then at the 50% collection efficiency, whatever I am collecting here, the 50%, if I draw this line, then it's meeting at that point, which is the cut point. So these impactors are, they have the D50 cut of 2.5. So it's a 2.5 impactors. So similarly, we have a PM10, PM2, 1, and you can design according to your requirement. Like we have Anderson samplers, so we can design the impaction. But designing is also very, very difficult task because you have to have consider many parameters. So this is all about this sharpness, and I said also the intake efficiency. So I hope that you understand that what we are going to test, all these three parameters. These are very, very important, and it's called the aerodynamic designing parameters. And then as I said, that for D50 cut measurement, it's not so easy because you need a particular size particles with the constant concentration, right? So that you can, during that time, you can evaluate the cut point. So different size cuts starting from say 300 nanometer to 500 micrometer size that we need. So that means we need a generator which can generate particle constantly without any fluctuation. Then we need a particle size and concentration measurement system, particle spectrometer. Then also we need a flow, you need a very homogeneous cloud of particles inside one chamber. That means we need a wind tunnel, and also the wind velocity. If you change the velocity, what will happen in that? So all these things, it's not so easy. It's you need a lot of parameters to control and designing. So we did it, and this is our compact wind tunnel, which is applicable for PM2.5 low volume sampler. But if you want to have a PM10 sampler, we need a big tunnel, right? So it's a compact tunnel. In the first phase, we designed it. So we made it and we tested. And this is our reference impactor. And if you look at the cutoff size we have several copies of this. So in all this, we got a 2.45 micrometer, plus minus, it's one uncertainty, 0.05 micrometer. So in that way, we can also test your impactor, whatever you given the application or with your instrument. So we test the cut point, and then accordingly we will give the certificate. Okay, so this is what we are going to do in the first phase. But what is in the future, in near future, what we are going to do for PM2.5 especially. So in that we will add performance test of operational parameter, because you know that, as I said, the cut point and performance will change with the ambient condition. So we will create this engineering or controlled environment in our wind tunnel facility, and we'll see if the temperature changes, what will happen. If pressure changes, what will happen, relative humidity, and also fluctuation. And also we will check the particle mass loading, and also we will check the pressure drop across the filter. If we have more mass on the filter, then how your sampler, function on that, it's functioning. So we will check all these things. And also, as the next step, the field variation between samplers. So if you provide 3 samplers, we will run it at, say, in urban area in an NPL and see the uncertainty between the samplers. So how much uncertainty you have between the samplers. And of course, we will deploy one reference sampler in that. So we'll check it. And then as a third phase, it's very, very important, as we said, that field performance evaluation. So we have identified three locations in India. For urban, of course, Delhi, the Marine, the Goa, and then Palampur site. So at that site, we will put your sampler, and at least for 2 weeks time in different seasons like winter, autumn, spring, summer, and rainy, we will do the test and we'll see the performance against the reference sampler. So how it's performing and how it's the response. So accordingly, we will issue the test certificate. So this is, what we have a plan according to our manual, the technical manual, which we already published in 2018. So 2017, we decided with your help in a stakeholder meeting at CPCB, and then we work on it. And 2018, we have launched it already. So in that, we have mentioned all these things. So accordingly, this is our plan. So first phase, right? Yes, it is available. Second phase, we are preparing. And third phase, of course, due course of time, we will prepare. So this is our plan, but it's not enough. We need to do further. And it's very important point because ministry and CPCB today is on board. So I would like to tell this point. It's very, very important that, of course, India launched their first ambient air quality, and I remember Gupta sir, and he's online on that today. So in 1982 we have launched this, and that time we put this as SPM. We didn't have that time this PM 2.5 or PM 10, so we put the SPM. It's total suspended particle, right? So without any segregation device, we just mentioned in our national ambient air quality standard. And then in 1994, we revised it, and then we put this PM10, and then in 2009, we put this PM2.5, right? So PM2.5 is incorporated in our national ambient air quality system in 2009. Then if you compare with US EPA introduced their national ambient air quality standard in 1971. And at that time also, they had this TSP, total suspended particle. They don't have this cut point, inlet at that time as high volume sample at that time. Then PM10 they introduced in 1987, and then PM2.5 in 1997. But if you look at the WINS, what is the full form of this? It's well impactor 96. That means they have tested it and confirmed that it is their reference sampler. This is their reference impactor in 1996, right? And then in 97, they introduced this PM2.5. But if you use this WINS, we got a lot of problem when we have a very high concentration. Like if you have more than 180 microgram per meter cube concentration, then it has a lot of particle loss. You can see at the nozzle, at the inlet, we have this much of deposition. And also, this is just, after the impactor nozzle on the impactor plate, we have some mountain kind of structure. So it changes the cutoff size of the particle and performance. So WINS impactor is not applicable, especially in India when we have a high concentration, high particle mass loading condition, especially in winter. In most of the urban cities in India, we have this kind of problem. So I think this WINS, has a problem when we have it's not according to our Indian condition. So today we have to look for our own reference standard, Indian standard. It's FRM, Federal Reference Method, but we have to see Indian reference method, right? Or Indian reference sample. So I think we need to work on it, and then we can have at least one reference, Indian reference, to calibrate or to see the performance of the manufactured other sampler. This is very, very important. I feel, and I will show you some of the results. Sorry. Let's go for. Okay, so we have some results here. You see this, the field co-locating sampling. This is NPL reference 1. We have our own impactor here, and this is NPL reference 2. So if we compare from this much of concentration, say 10 microgram per meter cube, so we collected in more than 1 year this data, and then around 200 microgram per meter cube. So you can see it's a very good correlation. That means the instrument agreement between the instruments are good. It has also about 1.005. So it works very well. But if if the conditions changes more than 180 microgram per meter cube, if you have a more humidity or wind velocities, then it doesn't work. So in that way, we have to design our own reference standard. Like US EPA, of course, they have the winds. Similarly, European Union, they have their own standard. They have a multi-nodal PM 2.5 and PM 10. And also China, they have their own. So similarly, India, why not India? We should have our own. So we can, do this more as per our, total geographical position and climatical condition. We can develop this much. So I think we can think on it. And because today ministry and our regulatory body on board, so I think we need to think on it. Anyway, so what I said, it's now the manufacturer may be more interested how to do this certification. So as Dr. Sharma already told in the morning, so I just make the bullets. It's a very simple process that you have to see the application form, and form will be available at the new website. So you have to fill it. Then the application will be evaluated, and then we will ask you to deposit the fee at the member secretary CFCT. Then the 2-member team will visit to the manufacturer site and will select the 3 samplers. Then manufacturer will send these samples to NPL and will do the testing and calibration and issue this testing and calibration certificate. Then NICD will evaluate these certificates and then finally issue the certification for your instruments accordingly. So this is what, the simple way you can go right now for phase first. So in the meantime, we will also look at the phase 2 and phase 3. So with this, I think I have finished my all things. And if you have any query, we'll have the session later on. So we'll discuss. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative and enlightening presentation. Moving forward, may I please invite Dr. Radhakrishnan, Senior Scientist, CSIR NPL, who will brief us about the status of ozone analyzer testing, calibration, and certification.
Very good morning to all of you. Today I'm presenting about the certification process for Indian-made ambient ozone analyzers. The team behind the development of this process system is Dr. Chamendra Sharma, myself Dr. Radhakrishnan, and Mr. Devesh Kumar Shukla. So before starting about the certification process, I just want to talk about the ambient ozone. Ambient ozone or surface ozone or tropospheric ozone is one of the major pollutants which affect the human health and vegetation. So the variations of surface ozone is continuously monitored worldwide as it is an important air quality parameter. So there are different methods available for the measurement of the concentration of ozone. Among those methods, actually UV photometric method, which is based on the absorption of ozone molecules, absorption of UV light at 253.7 by the ozone molecules. So this is easy to use, and many of the continuous ambient air quality monitoring stations are using this UV photometric method for the measurement of ozone. So basically, the system consists of a UV lamp at 253.7 nanometer, and we have a measurement cell, and in the other end you have a detector, photo detector. Basically, after the absorption of the UV light by the ozone molecules, you will get the attenuated light in the other end that will be detected by a photo detector, and you need to measure the signal without ozone also. So that is the reference air. So basically, the measurement will alternate between the zero air signal and the ozone, the sample with ozone. So this is the basic principle which this UV photometric ozone analyzers use. And with the help of the Beer-Lambert's law, which relate the attenuation of the attenuation of the light, UV light, and with the help of ideal gas law, you can combine both, and you can measure the concentration and the temperature and pressure of the gas cells also required. This is the basic principle behind the measurement of this ozone concentration with the UV photometric ambient ozone analyzers. So whenever in order to achieve the traceability, the international community has started the program with the help of BIPM and NIST. NIST USA has actually developed a standard reference photometer, which is actually used by all the NMIs as the the primary standard for the ozone measurements. And the standard reference photometer serial number 27 maintained at BIPM act as the reference point for all the ozone, this standard reference photometers of the NMIs. Basically, all the NMIs has to intercompare their SRPs with the SRP 27 maintained at BIPM. So NPL, CSIR NPL also established the standard reference photometer as the primary ozone standard with the serial number 43, which is known as the SRP 43 at NPL, and which is to provide the apex level traceability in the ambient ozone measurements in the 0 to 500 nanomole per mole range. And through the, we had actually intercomparison in 2009. And recently we had the international intercomparison of our SRP 43 in 2018 also. Both are published in Metrology. And we have a calibration and measurement capability, CMC, for this particular facility. And that you can see in the KCDB website of the BIPM. And for the customers, for the calibration of your ozone analyzer, you can contact Center for Calibration Facility, CFCT in CSIR NPL. The charges and the details are given there. Okay. So now I will come to the ambient ozone analyzer certification scheme for Indian-made ozone analyzers, which Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh already dedicated this facility to the country on 4th January, which was already mentioned by Dr. Sharma. And basically, now I will come to the what is basically this scheme which we actually developed. We have a secondary ozone standard facility for this particular certification process. And the traceability of that secondary ozone standard is obtained from the primary ozone standard, which I already mentioned, that SRP 43. Then it will be verified time to time as per the international protocol. The details of the verification, this certification scheme will be given in the next slides. So basically, this is the block. First one, this is the block diagram. This is the block diagram of our this certification system. So basically, this ozone, all other gases, you have a standard gas cylinders. But in the case of ozone, as it is highly reactive, we need to generate it and then measure it immediately. So for that, as per the US EPA and MSAT's protocols, any ozone transfer standard which is having its own ozone generator and an analyzer can act as a secondary standard. So basically, we also have the similar kind of system and a ozone transfer standard with the inbuilt ozone generator and analyzer. So this system will generate the ozone at different mole fractions, and then that can be given to the analyzer under test, and the same ozone will be measured by the analyzer of the transfer standard, which is already traceable to the primary ozone standard at CSIR NPL. So here from the block diagram, you can see that you can connect 3 analyzers for the certification and testing. And then we give the particular ozone concentration to this, and then we will have a comparison actually. So this is the this secondary standard system which we have developed recently for this purpose. Here you can put your the analysis under test, and this is a transfer standard, and the manifolds are there in the back side. And we have developed software for this one, a control software for this one. So all the process will be controlled by the software. And now I will come to what are the parameters. Actually, basically, in the first phase of this, the performance characteristics which we are going to test in the first phase. So these are the 10 parameters for the laboratory test for the analyzers, and these are the field test which we will perform for the 3-month period. Basically, these all the parameters you can see when we actually see the when you buy any analyzer, the analyzer specification. These all are important things like repeatability, standard deviation at 0 ppb, and then repeatability, standard deviation at different hourly limit value means, suppose if it is 80 ppb, then we will test for that, and linearity also will be tested, and averaging effect of the analyzer, short-term drift at span different ozone mole fractions. Then response time of the analyzer also important, so that also will be tested. And in the field test, we will go for these parameters, these 5 parameters. This we will be doing in the first phase. In the second phase, another important things like sensitivity of the analyzer under test for a different sample gas temperature and different sample gas pressure, then surrounding air temperature, and the response of the instrument with the variation of the electrical supply voltage. So this will be will be there in the second phase. So we have for this particular certification process, we have followed these standards. So basically, for the determination of the ozone with the ultraviolet photometric method, everyone follow this our ISO 13964. For the ambient air quality standard, that process which I have taken from this European standard 14625, but in the next step, when we have when we test the temperature changes, humidity changes, which will be as per the Indian environmental condition. So that will be in the next phase. And for the verification of the secondary standard, I have followed this US EPA, these 2 standards actually. So periodically, every 6 months, we need to verify our secondary standard with the primary standard. So first of all, that secondary standard should qualify that the given protocol, then only we can use it as a secondary standard. So recently we have done it, and so that is why we are able to launch this system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for briefing us about the ozone analyzer. May I please request Dr. V.K. Shukla, Central Pollution Control Board, to deliver his address on certification of air pollution monitoring equipment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Sir, you're not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and good morning to everyone. I still remember that similar type of stakeholders meeting was organized in CPCB, and we had the opportunity to present a basic framework for certification scheme for air quality monitoring instruments under the guidance of member secretary. And we had a lot of feedback from various stakeholders during that time. And after that, National Clean Air Program was launched by the ministry, and we had so many times discussions and deliberation with ministry, CPCB, private parties, NERI, and other stakeholders. And it is very important day today that this scheme is being initiated with the launch of certification for PM2.5 sampler as well as ozone analyzer. Importance of air quality instruments, data quality, air quality management, and overall steps being taken by ministry and CPCB for overall scheme of air quality management has already been highlighted by Dr. Preeti Singh, our member secretary, and other speakers. So I'll not go into the details of that. Technical details have already been presented by Mr. Sharma and Mr. Agrawal from NPL. Just I want to highlight few things here, that in CPCB we are working on all the aspects of air quality management as well as monitoring. That includes expansion of network, both continuous ambient air quality monitoring stations, manual monitoring stations, use of alternate technology, like Member Secretary already mentioned about satellite being used for overall country level assessment of air quality, and low cost sensors also. In fact, today we are having a meeting for a designing of a network, how our network in the country should look like. We have also roped in various industries, because a large number of stations have been set up in industries as part of their consent condition or as part of their environmental clearance. So we are also integrating and taking on board industrial stations in overall air quality management scenario. The whole idea is to improve the decision-making process and improve the instrumentation, the quality of instruments being used in the country, because a lot of real-time stations are mostly imported, and the manual stations are, that means instruments of manual stations are manufactured in India. But we always felt that there is a need to have quality control in manufacturing, performance, calibration, and all other aspects which govern the quality of the data during sampling as well as data analysis. So this is very important step which will help CPCB and other stakeholders which are involved in policy making, monitoring, and air quality management to improve the data quality. Expansion of network is very important aspect for the country, and right now we have around 1200 plus stations in the country in 465 cities, and they are proposed to be expanded by addition of around 2500 more stations, manual stations, and around 800 real-time stations. So this is a huge expansion program which is proposed in coming years, and especially the mounting of 2.5 PM 2.5 is planned very shortly in all the stations of the country. We are going to finance and fund these stations. So this is very important. And we also, with the help of NPL and other collaborating agencies, want to expand the certification scheme to other instruments for CAQMS, for SAMS, and all related instrumentation. So this will require expertise and feedback from various stakeholders in time to time, along with the development of infrastructure in NPL and CPCB and other institutes. Honorable Prime Minister and Ministry have highlighted the Make in India initiative for the country. This scheme will also help Make in India and providing the technology which is suitable for the country. Because as Dr. Agarwal has mentioned, that there are certain technologies which may not be suitable for certain areas of the country. So this kind of scheme will be very helpful in development of instruments which are suitable for the country. And collaboration with this scheme also has the provision to collaborate with the private parties, private firms in testing, in field testing, as well as in auditing, etc. So the scheme has a scope for involvement of all the stakeholders in the country, government organizations and private parties. I take this opportunity also to request the participants and private companies, NGOs and startups which have joined today in this meeting, that CPCB has floated an EOI on our website, CPCB website, inviting expression of interest for startups who are involved in development of technology or in any kind of management aspect, data analysis, etc. For air quality management. So please participate in that and send your entries so that we could do our bit to improve the environment. So thank you very much for giving the opportunity. I'll not take much time because it is important also to hear from all stakeholders which have joined today. So once again, best wishes and thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your views with us. May I now invite Dr. Abhijit Pathak, Central Pollution Control Board, to deliver his remarks on certification of air pollution monitoring equipment.
I think Dr. Pathak is not joined, so you can go ahead, please.
Okay, now the session is open for panel discussion, and we invite observations or suggestions from the stakeholders present with us.
You can ask the question directly.
Hello.
Yes,
I'm audible. My name is Rajendra Prasad, and I'm a manufacturer in the name of Ecotech Instruments. And my points which I want to ask to Dr. Shankar Agrawal and C.S. Sharma, that the process is mentioned and said that 3 samplers shall be selected from the manufacturer premises. But it has not been defined that 3 sampler will be selected out of how much instruments available at the manufacturer premises. Suppose if you want to select 3 sampler, is there any minimum requirement to have so many samplers available? Or if a manufacturer is having only 3 samplers, then whether this will meet the criteria or not? So this is my first question. And then there is basically one more important thing, that dimensional check has been said. I want to understand that all the dimensions mentioned in the appendix L need to be basically you want that data need to be submitted, or that there will be done by your team, or it has to be submitted by the manufacturer. Question number 3 is there that if a manufacturer is already having a certified PM 2.5 bins impactor or PM 2.5 sampler impactor, which is the key part, that is the bins impactor, is going to be any input or support for that its charges will be less, or the time will be less, or that duplicate process will need not to be carried out? So these 3 questions I want to first these answers. Then I have 2 more points to be raised. They are related to the second and third phase. I will be grateful if these experts can answer this.
Can I reply now? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So Dr. Saab, yeah.
Ji.
Yeah, if I remember all your 3 questions, then the first question was that you said
3 samplers you are selecting from the manufacturer side.
All right. So yes, we select 3 samplers, and on our separate document, अगर आपके पास में if you have 12 samplers maximum, then we can select 3. अगर आपके पास में minimum samplers 3 है, then we will also select. So 12, at least you should have a 12 maximum, so we can select, right? Then the second is the dimension.
No, sir, that's it is still confusing. Bare minimum requirement is 12, or if less than 12 is there, that is only 3, that is also okay.
Is also okay.
Okay, fine.
Maximum should be 12, right?
Yes.
Okay. So 20%, 25% we will take.
All right.
Then the dimension, you talk about the dimension. Yes, you have to mention all the inlay dimensions. The head card dimension hai, and then the down tube dimension, the outer and inner dimension, which is written in the CFR 50. So in appendix L. So that accordingly we have to mention in the application.
Ji.
Yeah. And one more question was there.
I have my bins impactor certified by NPL, by your lab. What benefit I will get out of it? My time, cost, or what is impact going to take place if I apply for that?
Yeah, as per our scheme that we do all, in these 3 samplers, whatever we identified, we will do all the testing, whatever I have listed, right?
Okay.
So, yeah, we will do because
it is clear.
Yeah.
Okay, recertification will be performed, so there is no issue that there will be no such kind of the thing available.
Right.
Okay. Now, 2 more question is there, and while making your presentation, you said that the controller, but you have not defined the controller. But you have defined that 5% variation is permissible, or 5% uncertainty is permissible in the flow as defined in US EPA. I understand US EPA is saying 4%, and you are not defining any controller, so mass flow controller or the orifice control or the microprocessor base or the pneumatic valve control, anything available within that accuracy will be acceptable, or there will be any criteria for that?
No, there is no criteria, because if you look at the US EPA or European Union standards, they just mention the flow control, this range, right? Like you said, 4%, 5%, whatever they have mentioned, but they didn't mention the technology, what kind of technology, specific technology we should use. So any kind of technology, appropriate technology, even if you have a new technology, patented technology with you, yes, you can use it. We don't have any problem in that. But the final result, the uncertainty component, whatever, the limit, we should meet. That's all.
Very good. I think because at present country is going out with this burning mass flow controller and lot of confusions are there. I think they will resolve this. I think this is very appreciable point which has come at this stage. And only last question, but which left, you very well said that it is 200 microgram up to PM 2.5. It is good that bins impactor can be suitable within that accuracy. It can be it can measure or sample the PM 2.5. Thus, if higher than that, globally the virtual impactors are used where the higher concentrations can be monitored and where that kind of the heap or things are not taking place in the bins impactor. And I am fortunate to report that we developed a virtual PM 2.5 impactor and 2-3 times make this presentation. So if some Indian reference equipment is going to be made or it has to be developed, I think I have some experience. I will be willing to contribute and willing to share some of the experience, whatever we had in the Indian contest. So some instruments we have already sold also, either in India or even in some other countries. Some feedback, some inputs are there. So some more inputs from your group or the technical group which you have already identified can support and give the inputs that it can be developed a prototype. That kind of the support we would like to give without any financial obligations. As the Indian company, I want to contribute in that fashion. There is no issue with that. And last point, one which I felt most important, which has to be food for thought, that once you are saying that 16.7 liter, that is the so much microgram per meter cube at the flow rate of 16.7. Whatever I'm finding that it has to be at 5 degrees centigrade or at 40 degrees centigrade, because the temperature conditions in our country is variable. And this, if this should be defined at some temperature and pressure, I think we can compare the data and the impact because of this variation of the basically this flow in different areas can become simpler, but somehow it is quite complicated sometime if we start reporting that PM 2.5 at that Shillong, say at 5 degrees centigrade, having the 16.7 liter per minute flow, and then the 40 degree temperature in Rajasthan, and then the standard remains the same. And so that kind of the thing need to be discussed and thought in due course of time in second or the third phase of this certification. But this is only an input, or whatever thought came in my mind, I shared. So this is only for your information and for further action. Thank you so much for answering important points. They are meaningful and informal, informative to everyone who may be listening to this. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, I think your all points are well taken. As you said that, of course, we need standards. And while we develop this standard, yeah, of course, we will have a project. And then in that, we will do it, develop, and then we'll deploy it in many sites and then see its, validity. So we need all help from the manufacturers, also from all experts, and also from different institutes, so that we can, in India, can make their own standard on this. So yeah, it's very good that you have done some work already. So we will also look into it, maybe in the next or second or third phase. And then, as you said, yes, we are working together. So it's not the one institute or one manufacturer or one person. It's a national thing. So when we work together, then I think we can, of course, improve our quality, our policies. And once we improve our policies, then it's really help to the common people, right? So this is the motive of this, all these things. So I hope that, everybody can join this and then they can contribute for the building of the nation. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Mr. Jitendra Singh, you can ask the question right now. Mr. Jitendra Singh, right now you can ask your question.
Thank you. I'm Kamyotra, former CPCB. So,
welcome, Dr. Kamyotra.
Thank you, Sharmaji. Thank you very much. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate NPL, the ministry, and CPCB for this great initiative of standardization and calibration of the instruments. It's really a great startup. I just only a few clarifications because most of the questions already Dr. Rajendra Prasad had asked and clarification has been provided. So this involved only, does not involve any prototype testing. It involves testing of few systems which are already developed as a part of COP, conformity of production, right? If I get it right, because you want to select 2 or 3 systems from the available in the stock and then calibrate them or validate them. There is the first thing, there is just a clarification. Second thing, will the all this calibration or referencing will be done through co-location studies, or it will be actual calibration? And third thing, if you are taking a 2 or 3 systems and there is uncertainty or there is an error difference between that, all the 3 measurements, then what is the level which is acceptable? Uncertainty between the 3 systems vis-a-vis the reference system. As you rightly mentioned that there are certain parameters or factors which influence, like the wind speed, humidity, concentration, and as Dr. Rajendra Prasad mentioned, even the temperature has an impact on the volume and all this. And yes, then what is the level of uncertainty? Because each parameter has its own uncertainty. And what is the total uncertainty which will be acceptable when we are going for co-location studies? Because it's a co-location, not a calibration, actually. So these are some of the clarifications which, if can be put in the guidelines, it will be very useful. And in case the first 3 sets fail to meet the requirement, then what is the time period given to the vendor to come back again after modification or improvement? Just few clarifications. If this can be incorporated, it will be very useful. Thank you very much.
Dr. Shankar, you can make comments.
Yeah. So, Kamatra Sahab, thank you very much for joining today's meeting and your suggestions and queries. So, I would like to tell that yes, of course, we have a sampler to sampler variation, and even if we have a same manufactured sampler, then as US EPA said, that 10% variation is valid. But I remember that we talked this point when we had a meeting in a CPCB with Gargwa Sahab, Shukla Sahab at that in 2017. And then we decided that for Indian manufacturers, we will put it on 15% variation with sampler to sampler. But with the reference, yes, it should be not more than 10%. So this is what we have mentioned in our technical brochure, if you look at, and then we will follow the same when we do the field sampling. But right now we are not doing this in the first phase. We are just doing the calibrations and the cutoff size and intake efficiency, and also the slope of the calibration curve for PM2.5 cutoff size. So these all we will do right now. But yeah, of course, when we do second phase, third phase, we will incorporate your suggestions and do accordingly. And I think, yes, we need this kind of feedback every time to improve upon our scheme and our technical protocols. So thank you very much for joining. Yeah. Yeah. So this timing, we initially in our scheme, we have written that we use for this validation of certification for 5 years. And so this certification will be valid for 5 years.
No. I think the issue was, Committee sir was saying that if the first set fails, then when the vendor can come back to the NPL.
Of course.
So I think we will welcome, as soon as they are ready with the next set or with the improvement, NPL would be able to do it.
Our motto is not to say that this is not working. Our say that we have this standard, and if you improve these parameters up to this, we will get this much done, right? So according to our suggestion or your inputs or others' suggestion, you can modify it and improve your instrument, and then we'll do it. No issue.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Balbir Singh, you can ask your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, my question is to Shankar Agrawal sir. Sir, as you have rightly told that there will be certain parameters where calibration and testing will be done. So in those parameters, those were flow rate, temperature, pressure, time, volume, and you have also mentioned about humidity. But as of now, there is no provision of measuring humidity in the respirable dust in the PM2.5 sampler. So how this will be included, one of the parameter to be evaluated? This is my first question. Second question.
I should answer first, otherwise I forgot the questions. Okay. So I listed all this parameter, not I actually, it is written in our technical brochure as per your feedback and CPCB feedback in 2017. So in FRM, yes, there is a humidity sensor outside, because temperature and pressure both are important to do the flow calibration, right? But humidity is basically important to see if you have some condensation problem, which can evaporate the particles, right? And that's why they put it in FRM. But for usual or routine sampler, we don't need that. But if you have, you can of course mention it in our application, and we will do it. The calibrations, no problem at all. So it's depend on if you have or if you don't have, right? So accordingly, we'll do all this testing and calibration. Yeah.
Even if somebody wants to have, I think this is about the moisture trap, I think, to be put with the sample inlet tube.
Yes, condensation, because of the condensation you have. Yes. That's why I told you.
Yeah. Sir, my second question is, as you have rightly told that for flow rate control, there is no need of any specific controller. But if we go as per the BIS, which we have recently launched for this PM 2.5 sampling, in that there is the performance criteria, and some 4 parameters are mentioned there. And there it is mentioned that the flow rate should be controlled by mass flow control. So where, what sort of instrument we should have, in fact? Because BIS will tell there should be a control by mass flow controller. So that clarification I want.
Yes, mass flow controller, it's, as per my experience, it's good technique, because you have a surety that you have a control the flow, and then you can convert mass flow to volumetric flow, right? And then volumetric flow to real conditions, because volumetric flow is always, calibrated in the standard condition, like 25-degree temperature and 1 atmospheric pressure. And whatever you have, like in the earlier, it is asked that if you have a 5-degree temperature outside, then we have to calibrate our flow according to, because the flow calibrated at standard condition, which is 25 Celsius. So then we have to, for the real condition, we have to calibrate, or we have to show what is the real flow at that time, because, there's conversion. Most of the sampler, whatever I use, is missing. So that we have to incorporate in that. And also mass flow, yes, it's a good technique, but we are not saying that if you don't have the mass controller technique, then other samplers are not good enough, because in US EPA, they didn't mention the technology, right? So if you have some other, like a pressure, differential pressure technique, or some other technique, or your patented technology, yes, you can do it. But the only thing is that we should have 5% uncertainty in flow from say 0 microgram per meter cube load to the 200 or more than that, whatever you specify in your sampler. So if you have this flow control with the 5-minute average, right? It is also mentioned in 5-minute average in all load, you should have this much of uncertainty. If you have this, yes, it is clear. Our aim is to get the good data quality, right? If we are not going what kind of technology you are using and what kind of sensors or which company sensors you are using, it's okay. But I recommend, yes, mass flow control is very accurate. And if you will get definitely less than 5% uncertainty up to 200 microgram per meter cube. But we are not saying that other technology or patent or new technology cannot be used for this flow controller.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Manoj, who is the next?
Mr. Bir Kumar, introduce yourself and ask your question.
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon to you, all of you. Am I audible to all of you, sir?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. First of all, a lot of thanks for organizing this workshop, because this is something which was really awaited. And as you know, sir, we have been requesting for approval of light scattering based instruments. We are representing Grimm-Aerosol Technique from Germany, and they manufacture instruments based on laser light scattering. And we have a very large number of installations all over the country. IITs, NITs, universities, Department of Space, Department of Atomic Energy, even NPL also. We have our instruments everywhere, and they have been used for measuring PM values, particle sizing and counting. And light scattering is already approved by so many countries all over the world. What I wanted to ask was, what are the plans in India from NPL and from CPCB for testing and approving light scattering based instruments for particle measurement? We have been in touch with CPCB earlier also, but then later on it was decided that NPL will be doing this. So now my question is to NPL. What are the plans for light scattering based instruments approval? Thank you.
Thank you, Vir Kumarji. Yeah, it's an important issue that we should look into it. And I think CPCB can answer better. But in my view, in my experience, and as per the preparation of NPL for the calibration or testing, yes, if you think that light scattering, as you say, in European standard, they mentioned that light scattering is good and for continuous measurement. But in our standard, we have mentioned in National Ambient Air Quality Standard 2009 that we have a BAM and also TOM, tapered elemental oscillating microbalance. These two equivalent techniques we should use, with the reference winds are very sharp cut cyclone. So, but yes, my opinion that we should not restrict for equivalent method. We should not restrict the technologies. We should always welcome the technology if they are meeting our requirements. So we have set our requirements in our technical brochure. So if your instrument is meeting this requirement under the ambient condition, whatever prevailing in India, so we should always welcome your instrument. And day by, in coming days, we need to incorporate this technologies as per my understanding and our results. And some experiment shows that BAM also in Indian condition, they have a lot of variations. So we also need to work on it and incorporate many other techniques which are better than the BAM and TOM. So yes, but we need experiments and evidence results in Indian condition. So if we have, then yes, we can, of course, we can give some feedback to our regulatory body that yes, this can be used for for regulatory purposes. Definitely, yes.
Yes, sir. We are always ready for participating in any such test schedule, comparing the data with other reference instruments. And as you very rightly said, the last notification from CPCB was way back in 2009. After 2009, there is no new technique added or even tested. We are willing to participate. We are willing to generate data and compare it with a reference instrument. And we would be very happy to be a part of this exercise. So we would definitely look forward to these activities from AL.
I also add on it. I request CPCB and Ministry.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So
we would really, sir.
We request that from CPCB and Ministry that we should look into this kind of technology, and we should have a proficiency testing program on board every year. We should do this, and we should welcome the new technologies for Indian environment, and then we do the PT programs, and then we can see the results, and if it is compatible, compliances, all these requirements, then we can think on it. No issue. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. We definitely look forward. Thank you.
Mr. Agarwal, if I could come in for a moment here for this query.
Yeah, please go ahead, Shukla sir.
So, Mr. Veer Kumar, I would like to inform you and everybody present here that the standards, National Ambient Air Quality Standards, which you have mentioned, are under review by CPCB through experts in the country, and this process is already on. And this also, while these standards are reviewed, all the available technologies are also reviewed. That means for regulatory purpose and for non-regulatory purpose. And in my remark, also I mentioned that we have floated an EOI. So we are open to any technology which suits our requirement of the country. And definitely the feedback from you and the NPL and other experts will be communicated to expert. And similar kind of workshops are also proposed to be organized to welcome all good technologies for mounting in the country. So this process is already on. Thank you.
Right, sir. Thank you very much for this update, sir. It is good to know this. Yeah, I know there have been certain developments from CPCB also in the past, a few years back. And I believe without generating data and comparing with the reference instrument, it is very difficult to comment on the acceptability of data, reliability of data. So that is something which needs to be done. And we look forward to that, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Veer Kumarji. I think we'll also look into this one, and we'll work together with the CPCB and other experts.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Dr. Manoj, next.
So now I will invite hello. Now I will invite to Dr. Sasank. Please introduce yourself and ask your question.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Thank you. So I'm Dr. Shashank from Unifos Envirotronic Private Limited. And my questions are related to certification of ambient ozone analyzer.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So some of the questions which I have in my mind as of now is, so with whatever the presentation I have seen from the morning, I understand that NPL has both calibration facility for ozone analyzer as well as testing, performance testing facility for ozone analyzer, right? So in that case,
I request my colleague Dr. Radhakrishnan to answer.
Hello. Yeah, we have calibration facility for the ozone analyzers, that is with the primary ozone standard SRP 43, which is already available in the CFCP website. You can visit the NPL website and you can pay the money and then you can get it calibrated. Second thing is, now we have launched the testing and calibration facility for the performance evaluation. So that details will come maybe within a few days in the new website.
Yeah. But out of curiosity, I would like to get some details from you, whatever available now. So one thing is, if we want to get our analyzer certified by NPL, so will there be provision to calibrate our analyzers with the standards prepared at NPL and then put the system under test?
Yeah, the process of calibration is included in that certification actually.
So how many number of points of calibration is it specified?
Yeah, it is right now we have for the laboratory test we have 10 points and for the field test 5 points. That variation of temperature, variation of the analyzer concentration with the temperature, ambient temperature, pressure and flow, that will be in the second phase. Right now we don't have that, but you will get in the first phase. You will have all long-term drift, zero drift, your analyzer response time, all those things. So this document is, I think, now available in our website, new website, that you can download and see, or you can mail to us also.
So is there any criteria that the analyzer should have feature to take the 10-point calibration, or it's not mandatory?
I didn't understand the question.
He's asking whether the instrument should have that provision for 10-point calibration or not. So.
Yeah, 10-point calibration. This is basically these 5 different parameters actually, but we will test it for different ozone concentration. I think this is the question.
No, testing we have various concentration, but do we need to calibrate the analyzer with 5 different concentrations or 10 different concentrations? Is there any mandatory criteria?
Yes. It is already there in the BIPM protocol. That is the same thing which we are following. Like minimum you can have 6 points, including the 0 ppb. We can have 6 points, like 0, maybe 50, 100, 200. Right now we have a facility for testing up to 500 ppb.
Up to 500 ppb.
500 ppb, but we'll be having only maybe 5 to 6 test points actually.
Okay, so my another question is there any criteria for the minimum detection limit of the analyzer?
Yeah, that also will be tested. As per the right now we are following that MSAT's protocol, so that also will be tested. Yes.
Because in the list which you showed in your presentation, that some of the repeatability and response time, I couldn't see a minimum detection limit. So is there any criteria that...
Yeah, that can be calculated from that actually. That can be calculated from the data which we will test, means the instrument which we test. Yeah, obviously it will be there.
So for the certification, like to say that it passed the test or it failed the test, so is that a criteria? Minimum detection limit is also a criteria.
Yes.
Also, it depends on the claim, no? It also depends on the claim which the company is making, actually.
Yeah. So
we'll be ascertaining the correctness of the claim.
Yes. So in case we say that our analyzer has minimum detection limit of 5 ppb, and while testing you find it a minimum detection of 10 ppb, so you will certify that it is not 5 ppb, it is 10 ppb, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yes.
So just last question. So once you submit the instrument, how much time it would take for NPL to test it and give the certificate?
For the testing, actually, for the lab test, we need maybe 1 month time, and for the field test, minimum 3 months. That is as per the protocol. We need to test it for 3 months time.
Yes, and it will be tested on one sample or 2 samples. Is the requirement that the testing will be done on multiple samples or only 1 sample?
Yeah, you need to submit three samples.
3 samples.
Yeah, yes.
Actually, as I mentioned in the scheme, there is a provision for the people to visit the site and select the 3 samplers out of the batch you have, and those samplers will have to be submitted to NPL. That will be tested.
I'm sorry. I'm not. I was asking regarding the ozone analyzer as a sample, not the samplers. Sorry. The ozone
the same. The analyzers will also be done the same way.
Yeah, yes. Same way.
Yeah, same way. So.
Okay.
So whatever the item submitted for certification will actually follow the rules given in that certification scheme.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for participation.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Dr. Manoj, next.
Right now, Mr. Harsh Dixit, you can ask your question.
May I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, you are audible.
First of all, congratulations, sir, for starting such a very nice facility, and we needed this facility from long ago. Myself, Harsh, I'm from the ICOM Ecotech. Sir, we are also an Indian manufacturer, basically, but our samplers as well as the ozone analyzers both are already USEP approved. So, we can also submit our analyzer as well as sampler for the certification, because it is told in the starting of the meeting that the international manufacturer who are already certified by the US EPA does not require the Indian certification at present. So this is my first question, sir.
Okay, maybe Shukla sir, would you like to make a comment here?
Yes. So nobody stops anybody from approaching NPL for certification of their instruments. But this was initially thought that once some international agency has already certified the instrument, we should accept. And in fact, we are using these instruments in the country for analysis. So initial thoughts were the same. But if you want, you can approach NPL as per this scheme and get it certified.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Then that's my second question is that at present you have started the certification for the low volume PM 2.5.
Yes.
Is any possibility that we can also go for the high volume PM 2.5 sampler? Because in the chemical speciation, low volume is slightly critical few times.
Yeah. So I request Dr. Shankar to actually answer your question.
Yes, Mr. Harsh. Yes, your query is very important for us. And we have a plan in future phase 2 that we will incorporate high volume PM 2.5 and high volume PM 10 as well as low volume PM 10, right? So, yes. But we have to wait a little because for high volume, we need a big tunnel because we have right now a small tunnel. So we are trying it. And also we made a one chamber for testing of high volume samplers, but it is under testing. So we need time to do it, but definitely we have a program in future and near future, we will launch it for high volume as well. No issue. Yes.
Yeah. Sir, my last question, the third and last question is that, sir, as at present, our beta attenuation monitor, which we are using for PM10 and PM2.5 is a USEP approved with the inlets and the VSCC, which you have already shown in your presentation. So, sir, as you have said that BAM is having some shortcomings in Indian environment. So we are trying to change the inlet design as well as the PM2.5 separator design. So in that sense, can we submit because it's a monitor and you have started for the sampler. So can you also consider that beta attenuation monitors with the different design of the inlets?
Yes, I think Shukla Saab can answer on this, but yeah, we have a project. In that project, we have to do for a continuous emission monitoring systems as well. And we have now facility a little bit for BAM analyzers to do the testing. So in future plan, we will incorporate continuous monitoring instruments as well. Right now, this scheme is just for the low volume manual sampler, but yes, we can do it. And as you know, we have many queries that we should incorporate many other technologies and test them if they are suitable for under Indian environment. so that we can recommend to CPCB that yes, this is good, and with the evidence of the data, so they can also incorporate in their ambient air quality standards. So this is our plan, and I think we will be very open to have a good technology on board. If they can generate good data with this Indian environment, we have a wide range of weather conditions. So if it is, yes, we can do. And of course, BAM is the this equivalent method, and taper elemental oscillating microbalance is also one of the equivalent methods. So in future, we will incorporate this continuous monitoring equipment certification also. We have a plan, so no issue. Yes.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your nice explanation.
Okay, thank you. So, and please moving in a gradual way, as mentioned by Dr. Shankar, we'll be incorporating many more instruments, testing and calibration and certification facility in due course of time now. So we have started the journey now. It was, we have been trying for last few years actually to do it now. So we have started now. So hopefully with the cooperation of everyone, we will accomplish our goals. So can we have the next one, Dr. Manoj?
Yes. Dr. Rajendra Prasad once again want to ask some questions.
Yeah, Prasad sir, please continue.
Dr. Rajendra Prasad, please.
It is not a question. It is only kind of a small input related to the humidity parameters which discussed with Dr. Balveer Singh and Dr. Shankar also gave some answer, but I want a very clear thinking on that, because keeping this parameter to be checked or something, it will create a confusion, because in US EPA there is nowhere it is mentioned in that method, whatever you are referring and taking as a model. BIS is also, it is not mentioned and not required. For humidity, role is only related to the sometime when the high humidity is there, condensation can take place, and the sampling or the sample collected may not remain the representative. So my request is that this should be considered and reviewed, and then this list should be finalized. Even if something is finalized, that can be amended or improved. And if you want to keep it, there should be a valid reason for it, because at present in none of these samplers, whatever is being manufactured in our country based on this US EPA design, this humidity is incorporated. So kindly look into that. This is only a request which I thought that I must make, so that while considering, you will be able to make a clear-cut decision. Thank you.
Yes, definitely we'll look into it. And as I said that we mention it, temperature / humidity. So yeah, it's not mandatory. Basically, it's oblique. But in some sensors, they put they both the humidity and sensor, because they want to, as you rightly said, that people also wants to know, especially when they have the sampler at the coastal areas, the humidity. But it's not mandatory, of course. And I will look into the technical brochure. If there is a mandatory parameter, of course, we will put it as, if they have, fine. If they don't have, then it's not mandatory. Definitely, yes.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I think this will be last question. Dr. B. Sen Gupta, ex-member.
Yeah, welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
I think this will be last question. Dr. B. Sen Gupta write a question in chat box. I am reading his question. I compared manual air quality data with CAMS data for same location. It is observed that variation of PM 2.5 data is from 30 to 50%. Can NPL comment on the same?
Dr. Shankar, can you
please repeat the question?
He wrote, I compared manual air quality data with CAMS data for same location. Mm-hmm. It is observed that variation of PM 2.5 data is from 30 to 50%. So can NPL comment on the same?
Yes, it is correct. Even in NPL, we did the calibration of this manual sampler, which I have shown between the sampler. We have a variation. Its slope is 1.005, so it's very good. 2 samplers, and then when we compare with BAM, then especially in very high humidity and high mass loading, yes, they have a more than 40% variation, which we have already published. So, sir, you are very correct that 30 to 50%, it's a very good, absolutely right range that can be varied by the manual sampler and beta attenuation in specific conditions. So that's why I said that we need to test our all equivalent technique in different environment and different seasons to know the range. So accordingly, we can incorporate in our data quality, so improve our data quality. Yes, definitely. Yes, it is. Thank you.
So, right now, there is no question from online mode. If anyone wanted to ask in this auditorium, they can ask question.
Yeah. Do you have any question here? So there's none, because mostly the people are online today. Probably we wish that the better time will prevail soon and we'll have a physical meeting, which will be more warmth and more interactive, because we have limitations imposed by technology. Of course, it's a facilitative mechanism, but of course, this personal touch is missing. So, but anyway, in future, we'll have probably the interactive meetings, and now we have started this journey, so we'll have a more close interactions with everyone. And of course, it's a learning process for each one of us. No, we learn from you, and you get some assistance from us also. So, and we'll be doing that one. So we'll move to the last segment now. So Kartika, you can continue now.
Thank you everyone for such a wonderful interaction. May I please invite Dr. T.K. Mandal for his closing comments and vote of thanks. Thank you.
Shukla sir, would you like to make some final comments?
No, I think everything is covered, and I request that whatever suggestions have come from the manufacturers and the experts, we will sit together and everybody will have discussion. And the important things should be incorporated, and if required, modification in the scheme can be, or some minor amendments if required can be done to accommodate all the right views in terms of technology and the functioning of the schemes. So that is my hope, and we are always open to welcome the new ideas and the things which improve the system. So,
yes, certainly we will do it. Yeah. It's a team effort. No, it's a team India effort actually rather. So Dr. Preeti, would you like to make some final comments? Close. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. It was very good meeting, and with the inputs from the industries, question from the industry, I guess NPL has to work out a little bit more as some suggestions how to improve on the guidelines and how to cater the industries. I would be thankful if the progress on this schemes and guidelines can be shared with the ministry also. That would be helpful.
Yes, certainly we'll do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, now, Dr. Mandal, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So it's the closing remarks, and also thanks of the vote of thanks has been bestowed on me. So in this case, I will say that as I again recall that NPL is NMI and has been basically solving the several issues and national international issues for the last 4 or 5 decades, particularly to the atmosphere science and environmental science. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has taken that is challenges for the pollution has taken up, and they have set up an industry national clean air program. And in this particular part, NPL has given a design as the certificate agency. So it is a very challenging part for the NPL to solve all the issues of for the manufacturers and in the particularly Indian context. So Government of India in parallel is basically encouraging the MSME for the indigenous development manufacturing. So NPL will be the bridge between the government of India and the manufacturer. So since it's a big challenge, and our colleagues has basically already answered all the issues and are trying to get all the remarks from the stakeholder. It's basically our part will be to solve all the issues, and whenever there will be any problem, and from our side or your side, we'll just definitely try to sort out in the together. So in this part, my first basically thanks goes to the Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Dr. Preeti Singh. You are basically thanks to you for participating and giving your comment. And I also thanks the Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change giving us such a big responsibility to NPL, because it's not an R&D part. It's basically you have to support the whole industry. So this is a big challenge, and we are taking the challenge. We will definitely sort out the issues. I will take your views time to time. And the next part, thanks goes to the Center Pollution Control Board. They have, with the closed eyes, they have basically trusted in NPL that NPL will do the job. Wherever there is any kind of issues, that they have said, okay, first NPL will do the job. So I think we must thank from the wholeheartedly that the CPCB for such things, and Dr. Shukla will take our board and do the job in future. Whatever the things will be there, NPL will do that. I will thank our present director, Dr. Professor Venugopal Achanta, who has taken the job with this very recently and immediately has given importance to this program. And if we do not basically give the thanks to our previous director, Dr. Oswal, who was instrumental for this program. So I think though he is not here, but I probably thank him for such initiations of this program. And our previous head, Dr. R.K. Kodnala, Dr. V.N. Oja, who has initiated this program. And also in addition, I will give a thanks to permanent member of this certificate scheme. They are basically the pillar, because without them, this program or this certification process cannot be completed. We need to basically thank to them. I will again thanks to a stakeholder who are present in this meeting, even also the stakeholder who will basically coming to this part. And finally, I will thank to all the offline and online participants in this program. Thank you all.
So thank you very much. Very special thanks to Kamitra Saab, Sengupta Saab. You have spared your time and joined this morning with us. Shukla Saab and Gargava Saab. It was a short notice meeting. All the industry partners also know, vendors know. They have got the intimation only during in recent, in last 2 or 3 days only. So even though you have spared your time, we are very, very thankful. Dr. Mandal has already said. So now we'll be closing this meeting. So let us hope we'll soon meet again. And as we mentioned, we are open for all the suggestions. You can always write to us also, call us, and visit us also, no issue. So thank you very much. So we'll close now. Thanks. Bye.
सफलतापूर्वक पूर्ण किया है। आज हम सभी यहाँ पुरस्कार वितरण एवं इस समारोह के समापन के लिए एकत्रित हुए हैं। मैं मंच पर सादर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी हमारे आज के कार्यक्रम के सभी सम्मानीय अतिथियों को। डॉक्टर SR ढकाते, चीफ साइंटिस्ट, प्रोफेसर वेणुगोपाल अचंता, डायरेक्टर CSIR NPL, प्रोफेसर AK ग्रोवर, चेयरमैन NPL RC, डॉक्टर क्षेमेंद्र शर्मा, चीफ साइंटिस्ट, एवं डॉक्टर KK मौर्य, हेड PME. Sir, we welcome you on behalf of NPL and on behalf of all of us who are present here. I would request all our dignitaries to please be seated. साथियों, किसी भी संस्थान की नींव वहां पर कार्य करने वाले व्यक्ति होते हैं। उन सभी लोगों की ओर से, सभी व्यक्तियों की ओर से मैं मंचासीन समस्त अतिथियों का हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ, वंदन करती हूँ, अभिनंदन करती हूँ। मैं सादर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी स्वागत भाषण के लिए डॉक्टर SR ढकाते, चीफ साइंटिस्ट NPL को।
Good afternoon to everyone. Today with us Professor AK Grover, Chairman, RC NPL, Professor Venugopal, Director NPL, Dr. C. Sharma, Dr. KK Moria, and all my colleagues in NPL and those who are joined online. Welcome to all you. So we are celebrating this 75th year, Platinum Jubilee year of CSRI NPL. And this celebration started from 4th January 2021 by the function inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji. And during this year-long celebration, NPL has demonstrated achievement in the different areas, like in the area of metrology. Our Prime Minister has dedicated different NPL contribution to the country during the 4th January 2021 function. As well as during the whole year, NPL has organized different programs, some conferences, some workshop, online, offline, some other scientific activities. At the end now, we are coming end of this celebration today. And this celebration we are celebrating from last 3 days. It is started by our again Metrology Conclave that is inaugurated by our Honorable Minister. And today now, we are going to validate this function by giving some awards to our staff member. NPL is again organizing different events to encourage, cultivate our young students from different schools. So for this, NPL is organized student models demonstration in NPL campus. So there are earlier 32 models to be exhibited in NPL, but due to these pandemic conditions, some of the schools shown their inability to physically present their models. So out of 32, there are 12 schools have demonstrated their models, and from that 12 models, we have chosen some model by jury, and jury is again, it is not from NPL and it is not from any known person. That is unknown person. They have seen their models, and on the basis of their excellence, we are giving the recognition in the form of what we can say award to the school models, as well as in NPL also. The technical staff is working from last 75 years. And there are a lot of people, means each and every technical staff is a backbone of this National Physical Laboratory. So we have to recognize their contribution also. In this, we have invited this year the Excellence Award in the technical service. So everybody is excellent. There is no doubt. Every technical officers are working as each and everyone. But at the end, we have to choose someone to give award. So in this also, we have jury. Jury is headed by outside NPL people. It's not by NPL. So there should be not any biasness. We are taking care of all that. So for that also, we are giving, I think 4 or 5 technical persons award. But those who have not applied this year, they can also apply next year. Now we have started this initiative, so this may be continue each and every year. So next year also, those who have not applied, but they are excellent. Everybody is excellent, but unfortunately they have not applied maybe. So they will apply next year also. And hopefully they will get some award, their recognition next year also. So by this, I am welcoming you all in this validative function of the Platinum Jubilee year. So thank you very much for attending this 3-day function, Platinum Jubilee celebration year of NPL. And I hope in NPL will progress further and achieve greater heights and make the impact in the country as well as globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. S.R. Dhakate sir, for delivering the welcome address and also telling us briefly about the activities and the way we celebrated the 75th Foundation Day of CSIR NPL. Now, I would like to request respected Professor Venugopal Achanta, Director CSIR NPL, for the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for our Director, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, yes, as Dr. Dhakate already mentioned, so we had 3-day event. So today we're having the valedictory function, which Professor Arun Kumar Grover, he's our Research Council Chair. He's the chief guest today. Dr. Dhakate, Dr. C. Sharma, and our PME head, Dr. Maurya, all my colleagues here, and especially all the children whom I see here in the audience. Right. Just want to assure you, on the first day I had said this, and I'm repeating what I said. This auditorium is fitted with CSIR technology, which is also there in the Parliament Central Hall. The air which is being circulated is treated by UVC, which kills all the virus. So this has been tested in the CSIR IMTech Chandigarh laboratory. These are certified and which we can trust, right? So we tried to take as much care as possible because of this COVID situation. We curtailed our activities. A lot more children we would have loved to have in an open house where our laboratories would be open to all the children here. We couldn't do it this time, but there's always better time where we can do this. So we look forward to having a larger number of students whom we can motivate to take up science as a career. Right? Any event which we organize, there are always some hiccups. There is always some good things which come out. Hiccups will help us learn to improve ourselves, and the surprising or unexpected things like our today's compeers, Shika Srivastava and Kartika Pandey, who compared in the morning. We have these are all students who are doing PhDs here in NPL. So we find talent within. We find talent within ourselves, right? Which is a positive aspect of any function or any activity which we organize. Right? So I'd like to congratulate Dr. C. Sharma and the team for conducting this 3-day event successfully. Right? Everyone in NPL contributed to this event and making sure that this event is a grand success and which befits this great institution, right? So as part of these, we took up excellence awards, which Dr. Dakate mentioned, excellence awards for the students. So we hope this will bring in competitive spirit, healthy competitive spirit among the staff. So we are trying to make it as independently judged as possible, with less bias, so that the true talent is appreciated and will excel among the staff. Right? So for the school children, we can only promise that we will do a lot more activities for you throughout the year and in future too. We look forward to your active participation when the time permits. So our technology pavilion, which was inaugurated by Honorable Minister, we'll make it open throughout the year so that anytime, not just children, even industry partners or general public could come in and then see what the CSIR technologies are, what we do at NPL. So hopefully this will evolve into a museum which we're trying to plan, a science museum, right? Not run of the mill, but this will be about history of CSIR, what NPL is all about, what metrology is all about, what's metrology is science of or the art of measurement, right? So we will introduce the general public to these activities. Right. So that's the plan, and hope the next 25 years, right? Any anniversary is a good point where to relax, sit back, think what we have done so far, and what should we do for the next certain years. Being 75th year, our next goal should be 25 years, where our RC chair also has mentioned that we should have 2-stage document for the future. The first step is a shorter vision, shorter targets for the next 10 years. What we want to be, where we want to be as a national lab, as a member of CSIR, right? And the next targets are for the 25 years. At the centenary of this great institution, where do we want this institute to be? Right? So we can plan these things and implement, and for that, each one of us now, right, should contribute to this vision. Right? We should overcome whatever pettiness. We should all be leaders. I said it on one-on-one talks. NPL has no competition. As the National Metrology Institute of the country, there is one NMI in a country, and we are the NMI, right? So we have no challenge. That doesn't mean that we sit quiet doing nothing. We need to take our challenges. We need to take new challenges which the industry wants, which our industry wants, which we can set up and then make them available for India, right? So that's what our mandate is. So we should be standing up, right, and delivering more on future standards for this country, which we will be needing, right? So as the civilization progresses, the technology evolves. We are talking about quantum standards now. We should have these things at par with any other NMI in the world, right? This should be built by us. This should be delivered by us to the nation, right? So at the same time, to do very good as an NMI, we should also have very strong basic research. So our basic research has to be pulling up their socks and doing much better, right? So material science, environmental sciences, right? These are backbones of NPL, right? So we talked about the environmental sciences in the morning. We had a stakeholder meeting with the Pollution Control Board and the Ministry of Earth Sciences and Environment and Forestry, right? So we want to find out what we can deliver, what we should be delivering in the future. Like, what are the problems, right? We know pollution is a big problem. Like, so how do we address this? How do we as an NMI contribute to solving this problem, right? So that's what we did. Like, so NPL is, the contributions are all put up in one simple compendium, what we did in the last 75 years, right? That's a one-stop book for anyone who wants to know, who wants to question, right, what NPL has done, right? That's one-stop place. Like, so there is an ebook which we'll put up on our webpage, and there are hard copies are also available. If somebody is interested, you can pick up from us anytime, right? So this is the concluding ceremony or function where we would like to felicitate all of you who came during these difficult times, trusting us, and presented your works, right? So these are evaluated, and you will be getting your awards through Professor A.K. Grover. So with that, I'll once again would like to congratulate all the NPL staff for successfully conducting these events, and all the school children who have come here. Okay, thank you.
रहो अभीष्ट मार्ग पर सहर्ष खेलते हुए, विपत्ति विघ्न जो पड़े उन्हें ढकेलते हुए, घटे न हेल मेल हाँ, बढ़े न भिन्नता कभी, अतर्क एक पंथ के सतर्क पंथ हो सभी। वही समर्थ भाव है कि तारता हुआ तरे, है वही मनुष्य जो मनुष्य के लिए मरे। Thank you very much, respected Director Sir, for your encouraging words. We will try in future also that we will do our best to make proud this institution and all of you. Now, I would like to request Professor A.K. Grover, Chairman NPL RC, to deliver his speech and to address the gathering. Sir, please.
So good afternoon to colleagues on the dais, scientists, research students, school students, their teachers, parents, as well as all those who have joined us online for the award and valedictory function of Platinum Jubilee commemoration of National Physical Laboratory, New Delhi. I consider it an honor accorded to me as chair of the Research Council to distribute the prizes to the students for their best science models, for their science writing competition, and the excellence awards for the NPL technical and the administrative staff. Right at the beginning, I wish to record my appreciation for the NPL scientists and staff for commemorating their Platinum Jubilee year in a befitting manner in very, very trying circumstances. The 75th year of NPL was scheduled to commence a year ago on January 4, 2021, and the COVID pandemic struck New Delhi a year earlier, sometime in February of 2020. I had visited Delhi in the first week of March, just before the complete lockdown got imposed in the middle of March. And for several months, the NPL staff continued as if nothing much had happened. In the beginning, once
the staff was almost working. All those who were staying close by were all the time in their labs. It is the determination of the staff that they continued their preparation for the commemoration of their 75th year all through the COVID period. The Prime Minister of India could not physically come on January 4, 2021, but he did inaugurate several facilities, laid the foundation stone of a new venture, and also released the specially produced book on the quality infrastructure, which had contributions from all the divisions of NPL, and it was edited by their then director, Dr. Dinesh Aswal. NPL underwent a change in the directorship during the pandemic time, and the second wave of COVID actually had hit NPL very, very badly. Immediately after Dr. Aswal had left, next few months were awful for the NPL community. Many people lost their lives and many families suffered immensely. The community, however, took such setbacks in their stride, and it put itself back under the leadership of their present director, Dr. Achanta Venugopal. Professor Venugopal and I come from TIFR, and in some sense, the year 2022 is also the 75th year of completion of TIFR and the commencement of Department of Atomic Energy. See, the NPL was conceived by Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar in 41. CSR came into being 26th of September 1942. Indian scientists conceived a plan how India would develop after the Second World War in September of 1943. And Dr. A.V. Hill was invited to visit India, and he spent 4 months in India talking to various Indian scientists. It is during those 4 months, 1 crore rupees were made available to Bhatnagar to start creating the 5 national labs, NPL, NCL, National Metrological Labs, the Fuel Research Institute at Dhanbad, and CGCRI, Kolkata. These are the 5 labs for which 1 crore rupee was given in the beginning of March 44. And Homi Bhabha had also written to Dorabji Tata Trust in November of 1943, and Bhabha's letter mentions about A.V. Hill and the advice that he received from A.V. Hill 4 times in the first letter that he wrote to the Dorabji Tata Trust. The NPL had to wait till NPL and the other 4 national labs had to wait for some time. So they got their foundation stones got laid in 46-47. But Bhabha had commenced TIFR as a one-man institute on June 1, 1945 itself. So, but it's coincidental that everything is 75 years of everything coincides with the 75th year of Indian independence. But I have no hesitation in stating and admitting that TIFR and the Department of Atomic Energy did not take initiative to commemorate the 75th year of their commencement or completion in the manner in which the NPL has done it. And I would like to congratulate the scientists, staff, the students of NPL for having done this in an exemplary manner. In fact, the other 4 national labs, at least I haven't come across that they have planned their commemoration or did their commemoration in a manner in which the NPL has done it. So the NPL community does deserve appreciation and commendation by the national scientific community. And I do hope that the NPL community will keep their morale high to work towards the vision for NPL at 100. This book that was released 2 days ago, there is a short description of a vision at 100. But in order to realize that vision, you need to work out details. Okay, and so it is in that context, I said that the different divisions of NPL over next 3 months must prepare a document which tells what they will do over next 10 years and what they propose to do over next 25 years. And on behalf of the members of the Research Council of NPL, I would like to assure you that you will not find the Research Council wanting in backing the vision that you want to realize for yourself. So I am personally looking forward to work with the director and the heads of divisions of NPL over next 3 months, that we produce that document well before 15th of August 2022. So when the nation commemorates the completion of 75th year, we are ready with our plan for the next 25 years. So to the school students who have come forward to prepare science projects for the Platinum Jubilee of NPL, I would like to thank them on behalf of the NPL community and the CSIR system. The school students and the teacher deserve our sincere appreciation because the schools have been operating in the online mode over the last 18 or 20 months. So good science models do access facilities that are available in the school. At home, you can don't need to do that much. So these things are not there. Still, a number of schools came forward. In non-COVID times, maybe we would have had hundreds of schools wanting to participate in the competition that has been organized on this occasion. So hopefully, it's an annual activity. The outreach of NPL is an annual activity. So we would get, and NPL has been hosting very major events for the school students, not only for the schools in Delhi, but also at inviting school students from all across India. So hopefully when the pandemic gets over, we would reach out to these younger people so as to promote the idea of doing science experiments and doing science in a hands-on way. Actually, the pandemic, if you look at it, has taken us, when it comes to school education, to 150 years back. We have been pushed back. When the 3 universities were opened in 1857 and the affiliated colleges, do you realize that that time there was nothing like an end of school exam? Which student will go to which college? To ensure that, the university started to conduct college entrance exam. So the college entrance exam was like the end of the school exam. And the college entrance exam was just an exam, right? They never tested the school students on the hands-on training in science they ought to have received by the time they are at the age 15, 16 and so on. So there was no hands-on training in school at that time. So pandemic time has done the same. And the present day, this so-called JEE exam and all these such exams also do not test the hands-on training that the school students ought to receive in the school. So I think in the background that we have a new education and National Education Policy 2020 to be implemented, and also there is a Science and Technology Innovation Policy 2020 which has also to be implemented. In the background of all this, maybe the NCERT will bring in a revolution in science teaching in the schools. See, NCERT did not exist before the mid-60s. Before that, in pre-independent India, we had high schools. Going to college meant going to a junior college or the intermediate college. So students got exposed to science labs only at the class 11-12 stage. We introduced higher secondary system after the independence and pushed 1 year into the school, hoping that we'll have labs in the schools, good labs in the schools. But at some stage, we have gone back to 10+2 school system. So most of the high schools in the country have no science labs at all. Science is taught as a composite subject, little bit of what we would call physics, little bit of chemistry, little bit of biology, but the hands-on training has disappeared. But if the national lab systems have to survive, if the CSIR systems have to survive, we need better input into these laboratories, better trained students to become scientists in these laboratories. If we have to retain our competitiveness, a lot more has to be done. A new chapter has to be begun after the pandemic got over. During the next 25 years, we must implement a new agenda for ourselves. So I guess I have already exhausted my time. I can go on and on. So let me conclude here by congratulating all the award winners who are going to get their prizes, and once again expressing my appreciation and thanks to all of you who have kept their morals high and who are present here physically as well as in the online mode to commemorate this national event of doing science for 75 years in independent India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor A.K. Grover, sir, for sharing your ideas with all of us. We are fortunate that you are gracing this occasion with your presence. I would now request to Professor Venugopal Achanta, Director, sir, to please felicitate Professor A.K. Grover, sir, for all your guidance and your support that you provided to all of us. This floral bouquet is a sign of respect and regard that we all have for you. Thank you so much, sir, for your guidance and support. Moving forward, it's time for the award ceremony to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, a great future does not require a great past. We all are fortunate that we have in these 3 days all the students who are sitting here from the schools, from the different schools of Delhi, who presented their science model. And it's very obvious that when you see someone who is very passionate for science, you automatically feel that passion in yourself also. So I would now like to begin the awards and all the felicitation for the students. I would like to tell you that CSIR NPL organizes lab visits and science exhibitions for school students. Although it was somewhat discontinued in the last 2 years, the organization of the science exhibition for school students is for enhancing knowledge and skills among the youth to make them realize the interdependence of science, technology, and society, and the responsibility of the scientists and scientists of tomorrow. So the criteria for selection of exhibits and model for the award was creation, imagination, scientific thought and approach, originality and innovation in the model, technical skills, economic, whether it is a low cost, portability, what about its durability. So all these were the important points that were taken care of during this exhibition. And after that, the presentation, how they demonstrated and explained their model. So we had with us some fantastic judges who evaluated their models. Professor S.A. Hashmi, Department of Physics and Astrophysics, University of Delhi. Dr. Farhan Singh, Scientist G, Inter-University Accelerators Center, Delhi. Dr. Sarika Gupta from National Institute of Immunology, Delhi. I would like to tell you that a total of 12 models have been received from the schools. And I also want to remind all of you that all those schools who have not provided the account details for the prize, so kindly provide it and the amount will be transferred digitally. The first prize for the science model is for Springdale Schools, Pusa Road, New Delhi. And the group of students, please come on the stage. Aniket Gupta, Soham Kumar, and Arjunjot Singh. They are all from Springdale Schools, Pusa Road, New Delhi, model number 10. And the title of the model was Smart Transportation. Amount of 10,000 will be given to this model. I congratulate all the students of this school and best wishes for your future. You have worked very hard, and now it is a time to felicitate all these students. Please give a big round of applause to these bright students, because as far as I understand, if you want a bright future, you must have a strong present, and these are the present of this country. Now, the second prize. The student is Sudhanshu Kumar. Please come on the stage. He is from KVS Janakpuri, Shift 1, New Delhi, model number 12. And the title of model was Woman and Child Safety Device. A total amount of 7,500 will be given to this model. And I congratulate Mr. Sudhanshu Kumar for his achievement. The third prize will be given to Mount Abu Public School, New Delhi, model number 4. And the title of model was TechMate to Clean. And the group of students, if you are here, please come on the stage. Mr. Havit Kumar, Mohit Chadda, Vasu Singh, and Kshitij Mishra, Toviksh Bajaj. Please give a big round of applause to all these students. Thank you very much to all these students who participated actively in the science exhibitions. I hope you enjoyed these 3 days a lot. So the first prize was 10,000, the second prize was 7,500, and then the third prize was 5,000. And I would like to again remind you all that if you have not given your account details, the school, I would request all the school coordinator to kindly provide all the details to the CSIR NPL so that we can transfer the amount digitally to all of you. Now, as generally we say that the results are rewarded, efforts are not. But here we all are rewarding your efforts also, because this time you have worked hard. Next time it will be better for all of you. And thank you so much for all the students who have participated, who worked hard. Now it's time to give the consolation prize for these science models. So the consolation prize is given to student Bhavesh Chander from KVS Paschim Bihar, New Delhi. Model number 6, and the title of model was Automated Watering System. A total amount of 2,500 is being given to this bright student. Congratulations, Bhavesh Chander. The second consolation prize is for Satvik Nanda from KVS Janakpuri, Shift 1, New Delhi, who projected his model with the title of Instant Tankless Water Heater. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly encourage these students. It's very important to give your appreciation. Your clappings will definitely inspire these students. The third consolation prize is for Advait Tyagi Hanuman Singh Rawat from KVS AGCR Colony, New Delhi. The title of the model was WinPod, and a consolation prize of 2,500 is given to both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, to commemorate the 75th Foundation Day of CSIR NPL, which is also coinciding with the 75th Independence Day of our country. So there was a writing competition for all the students of NPL, all the research scholars and other staff. which was held in past few days. So it was to spread the awareness on the role of NPL in metrology and nation building. A writing competition was organized. So all the students and project assistants, they actively participated in this. The topic to write the essay was, there were two topics. First one was the metrology articles on definition and realization of SI units, or articles for introducing metrology to common man. And the second was writing about historical contribution of NPL, or ambience of NPL with its fauna, flora, birds, etc. So we had a committee for evaluation, which consisted of Dr. S.A. Sengupta, former scientist of CSIR NPL, Dr. V.N. Oja, he is also former scientist from NPL only, and Dr. V.C. Arya, former scientist of NPL. So we are extremely happy that a total of 16 entries have been received, 8 for the category 1 and 8 for the second category. Here are the details. The students and the project staff who wrote their article on the first topic, which was metrology articles on definition and realization of SI units. The first prize is given to Shane Rab. Many congratulations to Mr. Shane Rab, who has written well, and now he is getting his reward. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Shane Rab. The second prize, Mr. Ashish Bhatt. If he is there, please come on the stage. Thank you very much for participating in these events. For the second category, which was the writing about historical contribution of NPL or ambience of NPL with its fauna and flora, Mr. Harshit Sharma has been selected for the first prize. Congratulations. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Harshit Sharma, who has written well and now getting his prize. The second prize is given to Tanya Patel. If she is here, please come on the dais. Okay, so maybe she will get it later. Thank you so much, all of you. And those who have participated in this but not getting their reward, it doesn't mean that you didn't write it well, but it just we have only 2 prizes in each category. So next time we will definitely do it better. With this, best wishes. Yeah, but I would also request to all the students and staffs who have participated in this writing competition, you all will get the participation certificate, and I request to all of you that please participate in more numbers for the next time. Now it's time for acknowledging the support and assistance that all our NPL scientists and all our NPL workers get from the technical staffs. So it's time for the Excellence Award winner 2021. I would like to tell that for the group third, this group third and group 3 and okay, so there are 2 categories, group 2 and group 3, who are integral, and all the staffs member who are integral and indispensable part of this organization. For the group 3 technical officer category, we had total 21 applications which were received, and the category was divided as mechanical metrology, electrical and electronics instrumentation. This was the second category. The third category was the material sensor or biomedical and BND. Then the group 3 staff with the grade pay more than rupees 4,600, and the fifth category was committee also. Okay, so the committee also decided to give one Young Achiever and Innovator Award in this category. So we have okay. So there were a committee which decided all the participants and their results. First, I will call the Group 3 Technical Officer category, all the persons who have got their award. First category is the Excellence Award, Mechanical Metrology. Dr. Jasveer Singh. Dr. Jasveer Singh, after him, Mr. Gaurav Gupta. Congratulations to you, sir. Mr. Dinesh Chandra Sharma. Then in the second category, Excellence Award, Electronics and Instrumentation, Mr. Anurag Katiyar. For the third category of Material Sensor, Biomedical and D&D, Dr. Lalit Goswami. Now we have the category of grade 3 staff with the grade pay more than rupees 4,600. Dr. Jyoti Pokhariyal. And Dr. Arif Sanjeed. Then one category was the Young Achiever or Innovator, Mr. Sandeep Kumar. I congratulate all of you on behalf of one and all present here. Arif Sanjeed. Mr. Arif Sanjeed. Thank you so much for all your kind support and that you all are working for the institution in a very hardworking manner. Thank you so much. Now we have the Technician category, Group 2, and the Excellence Award. There is Mr. Manojit Dey. Sir, please come on the stage if you are in the auditorium. Then Mr. Naval Manchalwar. Mr. Naval Manchalwar, congratulations on behalf of one and all present here. From the purchase section, Mr. Mohammad Naushad. Naushad sir, please come on the stage. From the finance and account section, Mr. Satbir Singh. And from administration section, Mr. Ashwini Kumar. If he is here. Okay. So, we have facilitated all our participants from science exhibitions and students who have participated in the writing competitions, and also all the supporting staffs and staff members, all the technical officers. Thank you so much for working hard and to make this event and this celebration successful. Now I would like to invite Dr. Kshemendra Sharma for his speech. Dr. Kshemendra Sharma, Chief Scientist, CSIR NPL. Please, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Shikha. Good afternoon, everyone. Now at this stage, we are little relaxed. Thanks to the contribution of all of you and the team members, which has actually given their time and efforts to have this magnificent functions. Of course, we do have some issues and some lacunas we learned from this thing. Maybe the next time try to improve it. We from the last event which we had on the 4th January of 2021, this time we had some additional things For example, this school visits, children's exhibitions, technology pavilion. So there are many things which actually new ideas have come. So we are improving, and I think we should be thankful to all our guests also, including these young kids who have actually agreed to come. There's such an uncertainty, prevailing over the last few days in Delhi, especially as the situation is changing in the Delhi itself. Of course, when we planned, we also had a limited intent of limited participation. But then we are very happy that whomsoever we have approached, Dr. Ritu and her team, they have agreed. And but because of this situation, though, some of them could not come because of restrictions imposed by the administration. But even then, we had a very good display of the models. Thank you very much for all the teachers and all the students who have come here. As Professor Grover has also mentioned, NPL has this open day regularly on September last week. So you are most welcome when we have this next open day. In between, we can also have some trip. Now we also have a Jigyasa program through which this KV students are coming to NPL almost on regular basis. And once the situation improves, I think things will be much better. And you can have a look at the scientific activities going on in NPL and get inspiration and become future scientists. So that is the main objective of it. And the technology pavilion, which has been organized, is also to showcase the technologies for both kids and also for the entrepreneurs, so that we have a handholding between MSMEs and the CSR labs. So the technology which is developed within the lab can go outside and can benefit the society and also create business opportunities and job in this country. We have a lot of interactions with line ministries, other stakeholders, regulatory agencies, because NPL is working hand in hand with these kind of organizations, the government organizations, to actually contribute to the national policies through the scientific inputs. For example, we had this morning the environmental, the air pollution related issues. We are actually throwing open some of the certification facilities for air pollution monitoring equipment, which was done by our Honorable Minister day before yesterday. And today we have seen a very enthusiastic reaction from the stakeholders, from the industries, which have been waiting for this event, because they want to have this certification process, Indian certification process, which can make them competitive for the world, so they can have a business opportunity across the world. There's a huge opportunity exists within India because we have large populations, a large country. Also, there's a total vacuum in the South Asia. So there's a huge opportunity for the business, especially in the field of the environment related technologies. So the companies which are actually investing and putting some efforts to set up facilities here, they want NPL to support them through providing testing, calibration, certifications in various fields, not only in the environment, but in other social mechanics. We have different divisions here, and all the divisions are working in that direction. So I think we have had enough of this kind of inputs. But at this point of time now, I must thank my team members, all the conveners of all the activities. They are their team, and it would have not been possible without their cooperation and their support. Actually, until a few days back, we had there was impression that probably things may or may not turn up in the right direction. But finally, because of the efforts, untiring efforts of all of you, it has been successfully accomplished, probably. Hopefully, you are also agreeing with me. So thank you very much. And I take this opportunity to also thank our director, Professor Venugopal Achantaji. He has actually not only invested trust in us, was also giving us directions and visions through which we could accomplish what we could so far today. So thank you very much. This is a journey which we started in somewhere 2020. Started from the hosting of the 75th Foundation Day on 4th January of 2021. And now we are in the 6th January of 2022. This is a long event. During this event, we had several meetings, several events we have organized scientifically also. And also we have actually celebrated all World Environment Day or Consumer Day. So all kinds of things we have done during this year. Hopefully the next year also we'll all have opportunity to interact with each other on such events. Thank you very much. Thank you. Professor Grover, we are very, very thankful to you, sir. It was your vision last year in 2020. Then you actually shared that we should celebrate the 75th Foundation Day. And of course, he has given at that time some task to prepare a coffee table book, which is still not accomplished. Not yet, but we'll try. We'll do it. But some kind of this compendium has been now released this year. But you have given another challenge to us now to prepare a vision for. So, of course, we'll take this challenge and we'll do it. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, respected Dr. Kshemendra Sharma, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. K.K. Maurya, Head PME, for vote of thanks and for the closing remarks. Thank you, sir.
I completely agree with Dr. Sharma. I said we are a bit feeling relaxed. So, as we are feeling relaxed, so you have to bear few minutes with me because I have prepared note accordingly. So that is big thank you list. So I'd like to read this as a regard. So respected Professor Grover, Chairman Research Council, CSR NPL, Professor Venugopal, Director, CSR NPL, Dr. Sharma, Chief Scientist and Chairman Organizing Committee of Platinum Jubilee Celebration, Dr. Dhakate, Chief Scientist and my dear colleague and friends. It's indeed a great pleasure and privilege for me to propose a vote of thanks on my behalf and on behalf of NPL family. As you know, we had organized 3 days event from 4 to 6 January to commemorate 75th years of dedicated service of CSR NPL to the nation from 47 to 22 to celebrate our Platinum Jubilee function. On the first day of our Platinum Jubilee celebration, that is on 4th January 2022, Vice President of CSR, Dr. Jiten Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Science and Technology and Ministry of Earth and Sciences has inaugurated our LED lab and dedicated these LED facilities to the nations. The Honorable Minister also released customized My Stamp and special cover, CSIR NPL Compendium, Bharatiya Nireshak Dravyaj, responsive website of NPL, facility for infusion pump analyzer, launch of certification process of Indian made low volume PM 2.5 samplers, launch of certification process for Indian made ambient ozone analyzer. So it all was inaugurated, dedicated by our Honorable Minister. So finally, he inaugurated Metrology Conclave 2022 and addressed the gathering in online and offline mode. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind presence and to grace the occasion. I express my gratitude to our own head of CSR family, Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, DG CSIR, and Secretary DSIR for his continuous guidance and support in organizing this Platinum Jubilee function. Sir, thank you very much for your kind presence and continuous support to CSR NPL and grace the inaugural function and MSCME meet. I thank all the speakers to make their wonderful and informative presentation about the different aspects of metrology and its importance during the talk, especially by Dr. Richard Davis and Dr. Gennard Petit from BIPM, Dr. Koji Agusi from Japan, from Graham Maikin from University of Birmingham, Professor J.T. Jensen from NPL UK, and Dr. R.I. Vilgos from BIPM. Once again, thank you all for sparing your valuable time and participating in this Platinum Jubilee function of CSIR NPL. I express my thankful gratitude to Professor Grover, Chairman, NPL RC Research Council, and VM Tiwari, Director, CSIR and GRI, for chairing the technical session. Thank you, sir. The Honorable Minister also inaugurated the school students' science exhibition displayed in the LED lab, where 12 science models from different schools were displayed in the exhibits. Though more exhibits were expected for display, but due to the rise in pandemic cases, many of the schools could not participate. I heartily thank the participating teachers and students who accepted our invitation to put their exhibits, even though in these odd conditions. I am really grateful to all of them for their hard work and sincere efforts in making this event a success. I personally, and on behalf of organizing team, congratulate all the winners, students, for getting the awards. I also congratulate the winner of the Excellence Award to the technical and administrative staff of CSIR NPL. I also thank all the jury members for sparing their valuable time to evaluate the writing competition among NPL scientists, the science exhibition, the school children, and the Excellence Award for NPL staff members. I really appreciate the efforts made by all the jury members to finalize and select the suitable candidate for the award. On the second day, that is 5th January 2022, we had organized MSME meet in hybrid mode, where many eminent speakers presented their talks. The participants were from MSME, NABL, CII, Legal Metrology, CSIR, NPL, and so on. So all the participants, from 105 online participants, around 60 in the in-person, 8 inaugural speakers, 7 expert talks, 7 panelists, 2 moderators took part in this meet. I thank all the organizing team members for this event and all the participants and presenters for making this event a grand success. On the third day, that is today, on 6th January, we had organized, this morning, we had organized a stakeholder meet on the certification of air pollution monitoring equipment in online mode. The main participants were from CPCB and CSIR NPL and equipment manufacturers and vendors. I thank all the speakers and panelists to take part in this stakeholder meeting to make it a successful event. I also thank all the organizing team members of this event for making this event happen. I express my gratitude to all the CSIR NPL organizing team members of the Platinum Jubilee Celebration Committee, especially Dr. C. Sharma, Dr. S.R. Dhakate, Dr. Sanjay Yadav, Dr. J.C. Biswas, Dr. Reena Sharma, Dr. Nahar Singh, Dr. Ashish Agrawal, Dr. Anjali Sharma, COA, Mr. Surinder Kumar, COSP, Mr. Yatindra Chauhan, SCOFA, Mr. Sudipto Chatterjee, and all the staff members from admin, finance, purchase, electrical, horticulture, KRC, air conditioning, cafeteria, Sapaiwala, and who directly or indirectly helped in organizing these events. I thank you all. Finally, I put my sincere thanks and gratitude to the Director CSIR NPL, Professor Venugopal, for his continuous guidance and untiring support in organizing this 3 days Platinum Jubilee Celebration function of CSIR National Physical Laboratory during 4 to 6 January 2022. Once again, thank you all. Thank you very much. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I thank all our dignitaries present on DICE for their valuable time and for their guidance. I would now request all of you to please collect your high tea packets from cafeteria or from the lawn in front of the auditorium. And now I again thank you all for making this occasion a success. Thank you so much.
हाँ ये बुक सर का बुक दे दो